How about now? Is that good? Okay, great. Thank you all so much for coming. I want to start by saying thank you to the UN, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and the SDG Pavilion for hosting us in this panel, and all of my fellow panelists. Excited that you're all here. So my name is Emma Brace. I'm an assistant professor of human-centered engineering at Boston College. Really excited to have this conversation with all of you today about how we can empower students to be the next generation of climate innovators. And in particular, I think today we want to think about how North American higher education really has a critical role to play in trying to address the climate crisis. And especially thinking about SDG 4, quality higher education, and the obligation to fulfill the Paris Agreement's call to enhance climate change education, training, public awareness, public participation, and access to information. And so I think all of us at our different institutions and in the different roles we have as students and faculty and project partners are both seeing and participating in a variety of new programming, innovation, applied educational experiences, new initiatives that are hopefully preparing students to go out into the world and do work on addressing the climate crisis and help accelerate the just transitions that we need to develop a more sustainable society. If I can, I'll just briefly mention my own. So many initiatives at Boston College, and we have a student from BC on the panel who will share more about some of her experiences. But I wanted to highlight we have a new program, Human-Centered Engineering, that is a new engineering program that strives to put humans and the needs of the planet and people at kind of the heart of engineering, a different way of framing traditional engineering design. So that's something that we're doing, and a tangible way that I see that playing out at BC is I teach engineering thermodynamics, a very traditional technical course, and in my thermodynamics class I talk about the SDGs and what it means for power and electricity and how that comes in. And I can definitely tell you that's not something I saw when I was an engineering student taking thermodynamics. So hopefully we're kind of shifting to thinking about not just technical material, but like what does that mean out in the world, and how do we use our skills to help the planet? So with that, I don't want to take too much time, so I'm going to turn it over to my panelists. I think we can just go down the row, and you each have 5 minutes. Tell us your name, where you're from, and what you're doing.
Great, thanks. So my name's Leah Poole-Selters. I'm a PhD candidate at Tufts University at the Friedman School, studying agriculture, food, and environment and the way those things interact. And the center that funds my work is the Climate and Health Global Research on Disaster Center, also known as CORD. CORD is a really unique project in that we bring together a consortium of 7 universities to work on different aspects of climate and health. And that can show up in ways like the burden of floods on women and refugees. Some people are looking at soil science and how that interacts with crops and nutrition. And others are working on things like the mental health impacts of drought. So we're working through a lot of different topics together, and through this, we've created what's called the Innovative Leaders Network, which is a PhD cohort of students that are moving through their PhDs together and doing a lot of interdisciplinary collaboration. I think this is a really unique and important way that we can kind of show up for one another, but it's yeah, and it's really improved the quality of our education. And so, like, on the topic of quality education, I think that the experience has been really transformative for me and Akriti, who's also in the audience here. Yeah, so I'll stop there and then hand it over.
So thanks, everyone. I'm Abby Bergman. I am a second-year PhD student at Boston College in the Lynch School of Education and Human Development, where I'm studying formative education. So I'm specifically interested in the design of technologies that empower young children, so pre-K to second grade, that to creatively solve problems that afford opportunities to promote caring, responsibility, and generosity. So I'm part of an NSF-funded project called Early Childhood Maker Literacies, fostering computational thinking among Navajo youth and educators. And so something that's really important to me is the prospect of connecting hands-on, developmentally appropriate, and culturally relevant STEM education, and bringing that to communities, designing those tools with the communities themselves so that they can really be a part of that process. So ultimately, I think accelerating the transition to sustainable society requires reimagining education as a continuum, so not just a series of silos. And so I'm really interested in starting that process early at the early childhood site and thinking about what the role higher education has to play in bringing those solutions there. So I think that as I strive to live this out personally, some of the things that I've been able to take advantage of at BC are taking courses through our consortium related to climate justice and ecofeminism. So I've been able to learn and develop relationships across institutions in the Boston area, which has been like a very great opportunity. And I've also been able to, through my work with the Schiller Institute, which is one of the partners in this presentation here, been able to attend COP. So I really think that the liberal arts institutions have a special role to play in accelerating this transition by bridging insights across both the humanities and sciences. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Eaglin. I'm an associate professor of environmental history at Ohio State University. My individual research focuses on alternative energy development in Brazil. And so I kind of look at the environmental impacts that come along with questions of decarbonization, right? So as we're looking at expanding biofuels, as we're looking at expanding nuclear energy, we also want to take into account what are the environmental costs associated with those, right? And so that we can better approach them as we decarbonize. At Ohio State, I'm also a co-founder of the Environmental History Initiative, in which we are focused on training our next generation of sustainability experts. And so how have we shaped that? We have the largest contingent of environmental historians in the country, in the United States, at Ohio State. And so we tried to really kind of reimagine this as a strength that we can bring to students to help inform, to bring a historical perspective to future policy development by training the next generation in this policy history. So one of the big initiatives, I brought my own ringer over here, but we have brought students to COP through a class on the politics of climate change. And so we bring 10 students every year we do a whole class where we're kind of historicizing COP, and then we're also trying to meet students where they're at. What really drives them? What are the questions that they're interested in? Then we get to COP. They get to follow some of the specific interests that they've been researching throughout the semester. And then one of the final projects is that everybody has to write an op-ed. And so how is that an important step, right? That is also starting to, one, validate their own opinions in a policy discussion, right? Learning how to say, I have an opinion, I have an informed opinion, right? And so that they can actually start to envision themselves as sustainability experts. It also gives them professional experience, so that's as we say, put that on your CV everywhere, right? Because this is a really unique experience that a lot of people don't have the opportunity to experience, right? And certainly not in college. And so this is also giving them a foot up in their hopefully professional trajectory toward climate issues. And then I also think that for some students, we always try and make sure we bring at least one or two students that have never been outside the United States. It's an opportunity to think about climate issues outside of a siloed perspective within your own country. And certainly as we look at the political arena in the United States today, as we've pulled out of the parties, it's even more important to bring students to these discussions because it's harder to access these in the United States. So these are some of the examples. I mean, we have a bevy of other programs that I'd be more than happy to talk about, but I will not hold the mic. And so, but these are some of the ways that we're trying to engage students early in making them, climate engaged.
So hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Paola Visconti. I am the Director of Sustainability and Social Impact at Tecnológico de Monterrey, which is a private nonprofit university in Mexico. We are one of the largest universities, private universities in the country. We have about 80,000 students. We have 20 campuses that are distributed throughout the country from the south, central, north part of the country. We have also a high school system. So we have high schools, undergrad, and postgraduate education as well. And some of the roles that I have, or some of the responsibilities that I hold within this, the Office of Sustainability and Social Impact, is our sustainability plan. So in 2021, Tec de Monterrey, well, in 2019, we signed our Race to Zero commitment to be net zero before 2040. And with that commitment came like a bunch of other stuff, right? It's not only being net zero, but then as a university, what is our role in climate action? So definitely being a more sustainable university in our operations, which is a basic thing, but it's also how do we incorporate this into our curriculum? How do we empower students and engage with them more outside of the classroom? How do we collaborate with other universities and other networks in other spaces such as COP? So after 2019, we developed and published our Sustainability and Climate Change Plan that has led our efforts until today. Right now, we're actually drafting our sustainability plan for 2030. So our goals were set for 2025, and now we're developing our new strategic plan for 2030, which is exciting and scary at the same time. But in terms of what some of the things that we've done is, in terms of student engagement, is we've done a lot of work in terms of the curriculum. How do we make sure that all students have the opportunity to learn but experience climate change related topics and sustainability, like the whole SDGs basically, through education for sustainable development, regardless what you're studying. If you're an engineer, if you want to be a lawyer, if you want to be a doctor, in all of our study plans, education for sustainable development is embedded. It's about 20 to 30% of our curriculum for undergrad. Postgrad, we also have some master programs in energy, a business and sustainability plan. So we've done a lot of stuff in terms of the curriculum. We've also tried to engage students outside of the classroom in student groups. We have a very specific student group for sustainability, and then we've also brought students here to COP. I can talk more about any of those things in the following questions.
Thank you. Thanks for the host. Thanks for the invite. My name is Ellie Johnston. I'm the Director of Programs at Climate Interactive. And as a testament to what Jennifer is talking about of bringing students to COP, my very first COP was many, many years ago. My university didn't have a student delegation, but I got involved with a nonprofit and went to COP. And many years later, 8 COPs later, here I am still showing up to these darn things and trying to, move things forward. My experience with sustainability in higher education also goes back 15 years. And so it's a question I've been thinking a lot about for a while. And what we do at Climate Interactive is, and I'm here because we also work in collaboration with MIT. We have a project together called the MIT Climate Pathways Initiative. And through that, we develop both simulators and experiences to use the simulators. So one of our most well-known simulators is called En-ROADS. And what it is it's a tool that enables you to look at what it takes to achieve the Paris targets. It's a free tool. It's available in over 20 languages and has been used by over 1.3 million people. I see some knowing nods in the audience. Great to see. Love to find En-ROADS fans among us. And with that tool, we have seen a huge amount of interest and use in higher education. So I know our assessments are undercounting it, but as far as we know, there are 130 institutions worldwide that have embedded this tool into their curriculum. It's through different kinds of experiences. This ranges from a homework exercise where people can play out and create their own scenarios and say, okay, how do we achieve these Paris targets? What do the reductions look like? What is that suite of different types of technologies, policies, and actions that will really drive the difference and transition away from fossil fuels at what speed? What are some of those dynamics with the climate system that we can explore? And so that looks like a homework exercise, or we have workshop formats. We also have a role-playing game where people can play different stakeholders. Some of those stakeholders represented in the halls here of private interests, government negotiators, and then students then play those roles to the best of their ability and say, okay, if I was in these shoes, what would I be advocating for in a global climate conversation? And it's that immersive experience that taps into what evidence and lots of research has shown that is like that experiential learning. You're not only engaging, kind of your intellect, but you also can, a lot of times we see people get very emotionally invested. It's fun, people are arguing, but all of a sudden they've found some passion for some position they didn't know they cared about, or are just pretending just for the point of a class. And to really like drive home, and our intuition for a long time was that this is something that works. But we've backed that up with research. And so we've had a number of papers on the type of tools, these role-playing games, these simulation experiences to say, okay, is this an effective way of engaging people around climate change? Just last month, our collaborators at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, others at MIT Sloan, and our group looked at what that impact is in terms of learning outcomes, and saw that there is a substantial, people remember the exercise long after. You can't necessarily place that one PowerPoint presentation on that one climate policy topic maybe in your memory, but if your professor asked you to play a role and you had to like do something that was a little unconventional, people remember that. And it also then, we are seeing evidence too that it leads to career choices, it leads towards people choosing pathways in terms of the majors that they select, as well as action beyond the classroom. And that's kind of my final point, which is that as I think about like the role of higher education in playing in terms of climate change, I'm always looking for that way of how can we scale this? Because time is of the essence. And so, reaching 133 universities is great, but we need to go so much bigger. And how do we create collaborations to find what works and go bigger? But then beyond that, how do we get beyond academia to engage with these decision makers? So like the idea of the op-eds, or finding ways in which both as professors and researchers, as well as encouraging students to get out beyond the classroom, engage communities. We've seen cases where people have taken our tool and then students have trained themselves in how to run it, and then gone to other schools, like gone from a university to a high school and said, okay, now let's run exercises for high school students to accelerate that learning more and more. Happy to go into deeper into any of those topics, but I'll hand the mic off. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me on the panel, and thank you so much, Ellie, for basically doing a lot of the hard work that I was going to do. Because I'm a master's student at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, also at Tufts University. I have used En-ROADS in my classrooms, and I am a member of the Climate Policy Lab, where I have worked with Travis Frank and the Energy Policy Simulator. So that's a part of my bio that you have already covered, and I don't have to do any more on that. The second half of my bio that is relevant to what I want to talk about is my experience as a debater. So I have been competing I did the math to submit to this panel. It's been 12 years, which is crazy. I'm 23, so that's the majority of my life, which is crazy. But I have had the joy to travel across the world. I've been the chief adjudicator of the Canadian British Parliamentary Debate Championships. And as a part of the learning process of that, I have also been a coach at Speechtopia Education as a debate instructor for 5 years now. This is my 5th year there. And debate is one of those tools which engages students in those passions and develops the kind of enthusiasm that you were talking about, Ellie. For those who don't know, debate is a speech activity. You are given a topic, you are given a side, you are given 15 minutes usually, and then you just go, and you have to talk. And you don't really get a ton of autonomy in that, which is something that a lot of people struggle to grapple with at first, and they don't like it, and then they enjoy it. And so, to kind of put that activity in the terms that we use, I think there's 3 kind of components to this. The first is just the instruction and the high school level stuff. The second is the kind of higher level competitions that you see. And the third is the kind of in-institution club activities. And the beauty of debating is it's an activity that is uniquely run by university students. So even at the high school level, teachers are somewhat involved, but it's really because university students are at the forefront of, actually doing it and being practitioners, they're often the coaches, they're often the ones leading the charge for high schoolers as well. So to put this in SDG terms, I want to talk about first knowledge transfer and then knowledge production. So in terms of knowledge transfer, this is where I draw on my coaching activities here, because this is where you get a lot of that engagement for high school students who wouldn't necessarily see climate change or who wouldn't necessarily see a lot of these kind of debating. It draws a lot of international relations folks, so those types of issues as well. And even in my experience, I remember this year I led a lesson on ecosystem services and payments for ecosystem services, and then made my students do a debate about pesticides. And they asked me several questions after, which is either a sign I'm doing a bad job and they have questions to ask, or they're very interested in the topic now and they weren't before. So that to me is really rewarding, to get people interested in things they wouldn't have otherwise been. But then in terms of knowledge production, and I think you did a great job of covering a lot of this already, when you talk about something you don't necessarily agree with and you're assigned to something you don't like, the first round of the European Debate Championships, I don't even know how many years ago, was should we ban zoos, right? And I mean, especially at a climate COP, people are going to have very strong opinions that you may be put on the side you don't agree with. And I think that creates a different type of learning, a different type of engagement that you wouldn't otherwise see. But I think the second piece is just talking about topics that, and you may not have any knowledge because you're not allowed to use the internet. So, if you're in a debate about carbon markets and you don't know what a carbon market is, you got to figure it out. And you do a lot of learning in the process of just 15 minutes and then over the course of that debate round. So I think that is a really powerful tool for learning, even if it's through, force. Even for me, as I lead to my environmental policy, studies at the Fletcher School, debating was that kind of avenue for me because it was in engaging the intersection of environmental and international relations issues that led me to my degree in the first place. So even just speaking from a personal sense, a lot of the topics I covered, a lot of the teachers I had really led me to this passion. So thank you so much. I look forward to all your questions.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. So I think I'll start with a few questions for everyone, and then after that, take questions from the audience. We're doing great on time, so plenty of time to answer. So I think the first question I want to ask is if anybody wants to expand on or tell us about what kind of innovative programming or specific educational experiences you're seeing in your programs that are preparing students to be climate innovators post-grad. And we can use that second microphone too.
Well, all right. So as noted, I talked about the politics of climate change class, but we're actually still expanding out beyond that specific class And I would highlight that one of the things that we're also trying to do while we're at COP is find connections with other universities, with other companies, so that we're also trying to kind of funnel a lot of our students into internships. And I actually love the comment about debate, because while my students loathe me for it, I always require presentations at the end of the semester, because learning how to present yourself and present your position is a critical part of policy, of being able to be an engaged policy member, right? And so also learning how to be a professional is one of the things that we hope you find through an internship, right? And so trying to connect the classroom activities to professional opportunities of the paid and unpaid variety, but also on our part, for the professors / co-directors, we're out there hustling up funding so that perhaps the company doesn't have to pay them, because we can find ways to subsidize student participation. We subsidize heavily participation to come to COP, so that participation is not dependent on your economic capabilities. And these are all things that I think are essential to diversifying and equalizing participation in our climate future. So that.
Well, I guess I can speak to two things that I think is very similar to what you're talking about finding partners outside of the university. So one of the distinct characteristics of the educational model at Tec de Monterrey for undergraduate students is that we have, in Spanish it's called socioformadores, which is like learning partners, I guess. So most of the courses, a lot of the courses have a challenge. And this challenge is a challenge-based model, is a competency-based learning model as well. So most of the courses have a challenge the students have to tackle. And this challenge is placed and submitted by socios formadores, by our learning partners, which is basically companies, NGOs, or governments that present a challenge to the students, and then the students have to go about in a different way, innovative way of presenting a solution to that challenge to the socio formador or our learning partner. And this may lead to that innovation being implemented, it may not. But the thing is that you're putting students in a context of real world problems, and most of the time they have to go out into the community or in the business or the industry to learn more about it and have these real like contact outside of the classroom, and then come back and just think of different ways of doing that. So that's a very, and that is done in not only in sustainability, but in every other aspect of whatever the students are studying. That is our approach to our learning model at Tec de Monterrey. Specifically to our sustainability plan, I think one of the things that we've tried to do, because we're such a big university with many thousands of students, what we've tried to do in order to get students more engaged inside their campus is that we have 2 students that are, I don't know if I want to call them delegates, but they're like, Ruta Azul is what we call our sustainability plan. So we have a student committee for the sustainability plan for Ruta Azul. So it's 2 students per campus, and we get them linked to the sustainability committee that we have in each campus. The sustainability committee in the campus is led by the director of the campus, but it also has people from the physical plant, from the people that do all the water, the energy, the waste management, but it also has academics, it also has the people from the campus that do the relationships with the community. So we try to get students inside that committee so that they can have an opinion, so that they can also hear, because sometimes we hear like, oh, the campus is not doing anything for sustainability. So we try to get them in that committee so that they can hear all of the things that we're doing, and if they have anything to propose, that they're in the correct place where they can make those proposals. Not everything that they propose can happen, because running a campus is complicated, but having that engagement between the faculty, the operations of the campus, and the students, we believe that it can also lead to a lot of innovations inside and outside the classroom as well.
To build on the question of like how can we foster climate innovators, one of the things that we have built out is this program we call the En-ROADS Climate Ambassadors. And honestly, when we conceived of it, I had no idea that it would take off in the ways that it has. And what this is that we have lots of people engaging with our tools, but there are people that then are like saying, well, what's next, or what more, or how can I go deeper into this? And then we have built out a training program for which people can take it, become much more familiar with our model En-ROADS and all the different dynamics of it, as well as on facilitation techniques for how to lead these different kinds of experiences I spoke to, role-playing games, workshops, that kind of thing. And then to become an En-ROADS Climate Ambassador, you must run 2 events with the simulator, with whatever audience you have out in the world. And then to maintain that credential, you have to run 2 events each year subsequently. And we've seen people leverage that on their LinkedIn profiles and on their resumes as a way of signaling, like, I have gone deep into this topic of climate change. We know, while we've known about climate change for some time, curriculums are still catching up in terms of the availability of different kinds of offerings. Mid-career professionals are pivoting into climate careers and are trying to make that jump, say, okay, I'm passionate about sustainability, I'm passionate about climate change, how can I do that? And so actually a person on my team, she leads our partnerships, she came out of accounting, Big 4 accounting firm, and she took our course, became an En-ROADS Climate Ambassador, and was doing this in California. She found opportunities to be an adjunct professor, guest lecturer, and was using the simulator in lots of different ways as a way to set up her career pivot out of accounting into climate sustainability. Now, it's really interesting because she's actually going back to accounting because the entire accounting professional is starting to pick up on this climate thing as disclosures become more and more important. And so she can bring that sweet spot of 2 different expertise. And that's really what's going to set students, professionals, everyone out in the years to come. It's like, okay, how do you set yourself apart? Be well versed in 2 different fields that you can then bring together to make yourself stand out.
On the vein of bringing together different expertise, one of the major goals of the PhD cohort that I mentioned before is to bring together people from different cultures and different areas of study. So for example, my own research is based in Namibia, and I work with the University of Namibia and a PhD student there. We've co-designed our data collection. It's a survey. I'm able to kind of see through his lens of what the on-the-ground situation is in Namibia, and but conversely, he is able to bring a lot from the U.S. into different forms of and examples of psychosocial support for drought and poverty-related burdens. And this is happening in partners throughout the cohort. So there are around 10 of us who are active across 4 universities in Africa, 2 in Asia, and then Tufts. And it's, for us, kind of a proof of concept of what education could look like if we were to break down some of the disciplinary barriers and some of the cultural barriers that we currently see.
I like that you brought up the co-design piece and how to integrate this into the research process as well, and that's definitely something that I think about a lot. In terms of my research, it's not explicitly climate focused, but it happens to be a really great spot to bring that focus in very naturally, in teaching young children about what a variable is and what data collection is. Like they want to know about the environment and they want to know about the world around them, and it's a very natural way to show them, like, you want to learn about the sun, let's talk about it. And so that's been a really exciting piece too, and also the ways to bring technology kind of down to the level of the people in terms of bringing it to what's already available, what's already familiar to them, skills that are already in their communities as well. So it's really about like learning from them about how to translate what we do into what they're already doing, and to bridge those differences, I think, is all very related to this work.
And just last word, I know this question was about programs, but I think the power of friendship should not be underestimated here. And especially as we're talking about all these cross-cultural connections, I mean, North American education already has students from every populated continent. But even beyond that, I can speak to debating as an opportunity and a venue to bring together people from all the populated continents. I mean, I've competed against people from every school on this panel, and I've adjudicated people from schools on all the 6 continents, right? So I think that I agree with everyone is the moral of the story.
Yeah, thank you all for your really thoughtful answers. I love hearing what other people are doing. I think, let's take audience questions. Anybody have one?
Hi, Valeria Soto from Tec de Monterrey. This is a question about imagination. If you could design a program and you didn't have any restriction or barriers, which program would you develop in your university?
I can answer that very quickly because I think I'm doing it, right? I think we came up with this environmental history initiative maybe 3 years ago, and have 4 years ago, and started doing a lot of fundraising to try and get to do the programs that we want to do. I think that it's been awesome to see how positively students have responded to it, and it's given us the opportunity to expand out our course offering. So another, I guess, which goes back to the last question, but like we're also going to add classes on field schools where we basically do environmental histories of, I mean, especially on the one hand we have this international trip to the COP. But also when we talk about a lot of students have never been to the national parks in the United States, right? A lot of American students have never been to the national parks in the United States, and we're setting up field schools to visit some of those and add kind of environmental histories and indigenous histories that give a longue durée history of what is this space and why do we also want to fight to protect it, right? I think that in the future, I'm starting to put together another class to go to specifically to energy conferences, right? As we have a lot of students involved with these things, and so we're kind of early enough on that we haven't been jaded yet by all the things that we can't find enough money for. But I think it's also climate issues touch everything, and I mean this is so much of what we're talking about at COP, like. The great expanse, this is something that everybody's experiencing, and it is a crisis. It is also a crisis, as noted, that academia has not caught up with in a lot of ways, right? We don't see, we see a demand by students that is pushing for more courses, more professionalization. We see moving from industry into climate issues because we are all calling out for this, right? And I think that this is also to the broader theme, the way that we are in this position to innovate and imagine and quickly see that we should dream bigger because this demand is unlimited. This interest is unlimited on campus, and it is truly limited by funding from our universities. But we keep pushing on that and actually finding partners outside of academia to keep doing these things, because often when you go to your administrators and say, I found some other funding, they're like, you know what, you can do that. I think we will take that money, right? So so being positive about it has been really exciting.
Something that I think about is like a mentorship process between young children in the communities around an institution and professors and researchers partnering in an inquiry process together would be what I would propose. I think it would be a very, like, I'm curious about like what mutual experience that would be for professors to kind of move through an inquiry experience with a child and really pursue that question with them, as well as what they could learn from seeing like an expert in something really take on that beginner mindset of like, here's how I would pursue this question and how to the knowledge generation process happens.
Thank you. That was a great question. I love it. And I just want to highlight some of the programs that have gone on this panel already. Like, I want to take your class, Jennifer. That sounds amazing. But I was reading something actually on the flight here about a study where they were trying to assess the first mover problem and the free driver problem in geoengineering. And the way they went about doing it is they built a simulation, which I would like to do and I would like to be a part of. And the way they designed it is they said, here's the desired warming that is best for your economic conditions. Here's the resources you have. Do you put them into mitigation? Do you put them into adaptation? Or do you put them into geoengineering and solar radiation management? And it's designed as research, so obviously it's very blind and they have very rigorous methods and no one can talk to each other. But and this is something that is very feasible to organize and do, and I need to talk to the other people at Tufts before I go ahead and commit to doing it. But this is something that I would have loved to be a part of that study and play, and I see it as a game more than as research. Yeah, I thought that was cool and wanted to share.
So, yeah, again, thanks for the question. It was great. If I imagine like what I would build if I didn't have limits, I think about how so many of the sustainability climate education efforts today are kind of opt-in, right? Like, it's the students that are already passionate that sign up for the classes. And we know this challenge is not this kind of niche thing that you can pocket over here in this department, but is something very systemic that impacts everyone and touches every different kind of discipline. So I'm thinking about like, okay, how then do we reach across all the disciplines? And we see different kinds of programs adopted by different universities, sustainability requirements. You mentioned, 20+% of the curriculum has sustainability in it. That's phenomenal. One thing we got the opportunity to do this year, which was amazing, was at MIT, every first-year student, as well as every incoming MBA student, got the opportunity to go through our simulation experience. That was over 1,000 students across all different kinds of MIT majors, disciplines, many of them just out of high school. It's that first week of college. You're learning, you're absorbing so much. Those decisions and that exposure, they have these studies about the people you meet your first week of college. More often than not, sometimes you know them decades later. You know that college roommate. You remember that first year orientation experience, whatever that may be. So how can we get climate simulations, experiences into those orientations so that every college student kicks off their college career? We know you got to go deep in all the different disciplines, but they have some kind of a framework of sustainability and this climate situation that our world is catapulting into to contextualize their work. And so it's not done in absence of, this world that we live in.
And I think I totally agree with you. And of course, in terms of the interdisciplinarity that is needed to advance, and I don't think it's yet fully recognized within the university and the academia that it is not just for engineers to do energy things and for lawyers to do lawyer stuff, but it's how do you incorporate everything into every decision that you have to make in order for us to just achieve our goals. But something else in terms of universities, something that it's a really big challenge for us is that now we've incorporated it, sustainability education for sustainable development in about 20% of our curriculum. But now we have to train the teachers. So it's in the curriculum, right? And we're telling them that they have to, across 3 dimensions, which is the social emotional dimension, the knowledge, and the conductual, and the students have to learn, but they have to experience and they have to feel. But then how do we make sure that the person that's in the classroom, if it's an engineer, if it's a PhD with an engineering background, and we're asking him to incorporate education for sustainable development into his course, then what tools do we have to give that person in order for that to actually accomplish what we want to accomplish? I think teacher training is really important, and it's a big challenge because it's a lot of teachers and they don't necessarily have a sustainability background, or that maybe they don't see that it's necessary to have this interdisciplinarity. So it's a big challenge. So if I could wish for something, is just to have the resources to come up with maybe like an En-ROADS for teachers. Like, how do you have simulations for teachers that before they go into the classroom, they get to experience something? I don't know. I don't have like a clear way of getting about that, but it is a big challenge that we have that we're working through right now.
I agree, great question. And with all the programs that have already been kind of discussed, I also want to take your class. Like, this all sounds amazing. But one thing I think about when I'm thinking of quality education is that education is for everyone, and everyone has something to add to our education, and we don't really leave academia enough with that. So I think I would build a program where we're leaving the ivory tower, we're taking the lessons that we've learned to communities and kind of reflecting back if that fits for their situations and scenarios, and if it's feasible for their own lifestyles. So I think that's kind of where I would go with this.
I love that question. Thank you so much. My mind is just like buzzing with ideas. That was wonderful. And thank you all for your answers. Do we have another audience question? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Karina. I am from Brazil, and I am professor at a large public medical school in São Paulo State. And I have already implemented a course of climate change and planetary health for all students in medicine, nurse, and nutrition. But this is the first in Brazil. And I would like to know what you all suggest and the way you can suggest for countries like Brazil to implement this teaching in university with so many vulnerabilities and inequalities.
Great question. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, so I think for teacher training, well, for recommendations, I think what we have done, try to do, not there yet, but at Tec de Monterrey, we have 6 national schools, right? So we have business, engineering, social sciences, humanities, business, I've already said. So what we've done is partner way to make sure that key stakeholders in the university is really important. And then addressing like maybe what is the biggest issue that you want to tackle, if it's sustainability as a whole, if it's something very specific that you want to talk about, you talk about nutrition and health. Medicine, yeah. So we've worked with our medicine school as well. And it's really interesting because at the beginning it was like, they told us, we have this course that is on molecular something, and that is a course that every med student takes. You can do with this course whatever you want. And we were like, how do we embed sustainable development into this course? But it was there, right? So it's like, we got the yes because we just went and knocked on doors for the schools and say, hey, we want to introduce sustainability. Something really important is that we have the support of the rector of the school. So because we signed this commitment and we have this sustainability plan, people kind of have to listen to us. So just, if you have authorities that want to embed sustainability, if you have the people that want to also do it, then it's just knocking on doors, identifying those specific places where you can go and just get your foot in the door, right? I mean, just even if it's not like the best thing in the world or the best program, even if it's just a little bit, just get in there and work with the people to just come up with something that works for you, that works for the university, for the student and the teacher. Because if you are hoping to just have the best teacher training, the School of Medicine, and then now all of the med students in their first semester have this course that touches on, it's a little bit more about air quality, so it's kind of climate change related in a way, and sustainability, and then something about the body and molecular stuff. I don't really know what it is. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think it's just finding really key stakeholders. They're going to know more about those vulnerabilities and what are the needs. And then you just have to be willing to work with others. And, you know, the small wins, celebrate those very small wins as well.
Yeah, and in terms of resources, so I sit on the side of like a group that develops resources that teachers can use. And so like, for me, I'm like, how do I get on the rooftops and say, and wave my hand and say like, over here, I've got free resources, I've got a free training, because that's what I've got, you know? And it's like, we're a nonprofit, we're supported by private philanthropies, and a lot of our work is motivated by how can we develop tools to support decision makers. So it's not with an education focus that we support ourselves, but we have a philosophy of giving it all away, like, and making it available for free. And so, and I know that's not a reality. I mean, funding limitations are what they are. It makes the field challenging at times to figure out, okay, how can you make your resource for free? But that's what we've tried to do every step of the way, is just make it available, give people access, develop it in a way that teachers can use it, that it's accessible to anyone, because it turns out if you're designing a tool that's accessible to a parliamentarian or a member of Congress, it's going to be understandable to an undergrad too. And that's kind of my metric, is like, okay, how can this be understandable and clear? And then the tool we have, En-ROADS, I have been so blown away by the range of disciplines in which it has found a use. So taking, for example, like climate impacts and how we help people think about this challenge of climate change, not just in terms of a temperature number or in terms of emissions, but in terms of impacts on the ground that people experience. We have that. We have added maps so that people can drill down in and look at their specific region and play out scenarios. And then so you think about something like air pollution, and then you see how, oh, wow, taking action on climate change both addresses these climate impacts, but also has this very near-term, very impactful health benefit of reducing particulate matter and that kind of thing. And there are all kinds of overlaps, and I love finding those, like, okay, I've got an art history class. What can I do? How can I bring climate in? And it's like, reach out, find us, because some of us just love, like, putting those puzzle pieces together, like, okay, we can get an art history class to talk about climate change, definitely.
I'm going to speak a little bit more specifically to Brazil. So you are in the interior, or you're in Sao Paulo mesmo? You're in interior. Okay. Because as we all know, Brazil has an incredibly rich, a rich environmental history, and two, a tragic history of inequality, right? And I think that when we talk about climate change, we have so many examples of terrible, terrible events that have happened in the last like 2 or 3 years that have dramatically, I think, shifted opinions about climate change in Brazil. So specifically when we're talking about a school on public health and nutrition, and this goes back to the comment about experiential learning, but if I would include a history of, or even a single lecture in any class about a specific area in the city that has been affected by flooding. And every single city in Rio, or not in Rio, but in Brazil has a flooding history, right? You could easily add something about where does waste go in Brazil, right? And this has huge public health implications, and you can add an entire history about how is that also connected to questions of inequality, right? I mean, and then for me, I would do something on rivers, because we certainly don't talk about why, I mean, from an environmental history perspective, why do so many cities have flooding issues? It's because of the ways that the locations the cities have been built and the relation to sanitation. I would also, I would do something on Rio Grande do Sul, and these are all ways that you can very quickly, especially after this COP, they're coming out with the Belém Action Plan, which is a model for the world based on some of the disasters that Brazil has had to face in the last couple of years, and how Brazil has had to implement adaptation faster, or in its own unique way that they are now saying is a model for other countries, right? So these are some of the very specific examples that I would give that I think would be an awesome way to kind of engage some of those things in what is the fact that this is the first program in Brazil, right? I mean, this is also an opportunity to shape the way that other schools around Brazil can start implementing and adding these into education, right? So I think it's really exciting.
Okay, we are just about at time, and I have a question I want to end on, so I'm going to ask that as the last question. What gives you hope, or what makes you feel hopeful about the role of higher education in building, hopefully, a more sustainable future?
I think, as we've seen on this panel, there's so many examples of taking academia from a place of where knowledge is being stored to where it's being put into action and disseminated and utilized. And I think I have a lot of hope that the people on this panel and all the people here are going to continue that.
Something that comes to mind for me is just the varied ways that care is shown and developed across the university. I think here we've heard of so many different forms of care for students, care for communities, care for the greater global world. And so I'm hopeful about the way that care grows and gets put into students and promoted in many ways.
I would say, if you haven't noticed, I think many Americans here are coming and feeling a little bit more relieved to see the positive conversations that are going on here, because we're feeling a little blue about engagement in the United States, right? And so actually coming and actually receiving some of the positive energy that COP brings, right? We have a long way to go, but actually also we are doing a lot of things, right? And it is a reminder to keep doing and to be more ambitious and to keep fighting. And I think that so coming to conferences like this, if just to fill up your cup and recharge is inspiring to me.
So I'm going to say two things, and I hope I'm really fast. So yesterday, the director of Tec de Monterrey is here at COP for the first time. So he's interested in this. He's here, and that gives me a lot of hope. And yesterday, he went to this panel of Mexican students, or like Mexican youth. They were talking, and the panel was it was the students' panel, but he was in the audience, and he asked a question about how can universities help students, do all the wonderful things they want to do. And oh my God, they had like a million things to say. I think there was a second panel after that question. They had so many ideas, and they just told him everything, like everything they wanted to see, everything they needed. He was really surprised about not everything they've done, but everything they want to do, and like the ideas they have, and like the very specific things they told him. So that was, it was a really cool moment. And then on the other hand, and this is, I don't know, this is gonna sound maybe a bit grandiose for me to say, but this year we have the Higher Education for Climate Action Pavilion. I don't know if you've seen it. But it's been such a great collaborative effort. So it came together by, we as observers applied for the pavilion, but we couldn't pay for the pavilion, like that. So we just, Universidad de Campinas, which is the Brazilian university, came in and said, we want this to happen, and they put in a lot of it, and then we just emailed about 120 universities and said, we want this pavilion do you want to participate? It doesn't matter if you want to put $500 or $1,000 or more. And so right now the pavilion is sponsored by like 16 universities, but then we have events, like 66 events, and we have, I don't know, we haven't counted, but maybe more than 50 universities represented in that pavilion. And it has been such a collaborative effort. Like, nobody is looking to gain more than the other. It's been just like with the best intentions. And it's been like a really great experience. And I hope if more things like that can happen, where people, universities, just come together because they just want to come and talk and learn and have reflections around what this means without thinking about your own benefit. I think a lot more things could be done if everything was done in that way.
So, as I mentioned at the top, I've been to a number of these COPs, and I always come home, and I am anticipating coming home and feeling the same, which is that on the one hand, I am disappointed in these negotiations. They are insufficient. But on the other hand, I am so inspired to what you all have alluded to, of the connections and the possibilities of the people you meet here within this space. And so while there are critiques about the size and scale of COPs and that sort of thing, I'm falling on the side of standing by it and saying, like, gosh darn it, we gotta meet each other in person, we've gotta connect, and this is where ideas get exchanged and new partnerships form on the sidelines, and that's so much more and so hard for anyone to measure in terms of the impact that we have when we get together in the same room. So that is the little piece of hope that I always come home from COP with, while also still holding this bigger challenge simultaneously. And just one thing to mention, if you are interested in seeing some of what I talked about today, tomorrow at 2 p.m. over in the Food Pavilion, which is just across the way, I'll be doing an inroads exercise, and we're going to be looking at healthy futures, talking about food, but also energy and a number of other dynamics. Please join me.
All right, well, thank you for all your hope. The addition I'll have is from the perspective of a student at the Fletcher School, which by its nature is very interdisciplinary. So we have people who study humanitarian affairs, stuff more on the war side. We have LLM students with us. And the hope I have is they're interested in climate and environment as well, even if it's not the focus of their studies. And you know, in the spirit of all this siloed discussion, I think people who would otherwise have been siloed before are starting to break down those silos and starting to take an interest in climate and the environment where they otherwise wouldn't have been. I saw the time signal, so I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you all for all of your words and insight. I'm very inspired from this, so I hope everyone else is as well. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Okay, so hi everybody. Thanks for coming and joining us this morning. So this is an event we're going to be having focusing on scalable cooking solutions for the SDGs, and we've got some really interesting country experiences here. And so I just wanted to say a few words about why we think this conversation is really important. So we know that universal access to clean cooking is really central to meeting several of the SDGs. And so we've got SDGs on women's empowerment, on health, inequality, and then of course, affordable clean energy and climate action. And so it's really baked into achieving the SDGs, and we need to have this conversation to sort of see the transformative effect it can have in communities and in countries. Now, many countries have expanded clean cooking access through subsidized liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG. But we know that LPG subsidies often benefit wealthier households more than the poor. And more than that, LPG subsidies strain public budgets, expose governments to volatile markets, and import dependence. And so reallocating LPG subsidies towards renewables aligns with emission reduction goals and climate targets. And so clean cooking solutions such as electric cooking or biogas, they reduce household air pollution, they lower long-term energy costs, strengthen energy security, and accelerate progress across the SDGs. So this SAT event is co-hosted by the International Institute for Sustainable Development, IISD, the organization for which I work. And it's also co-hosted with the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, BRIN, and Solar Cookers International. And we're going to be showcasing real-world, evidence-based, and inclusive clean cooking initiatives from India, Indonesia, and the Central African Republic. So we're really looking forward to today's discussion and hearing about some of the solutions that are being explored and implemented in these different contexts. So what we're going to do is we're going to just start with a few minutes from each of our speakers to talk about their country experiences, the different solutions that they've either piloted or explored. And then we'll maybe sort of end with a few questions to wrap things up. So I think we're going to start with Caitlin Hughes, who is the Executive Director of Solar Cookers International, SCI, and their focus is on access to affordable, clean, sustainable energy for cooking. So over to you, Caitlin.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the SDG Pavilion for hosting us for this event, as solar cooking is so aligned with the SDGs. Thank you so much to our collaborators for putting on this event with us, and thank you to my fellow panelists for joining us as well. So yes, Solar Cookers International. So what is the challenge that we are working to address? There are 2.1 billion people who are cooking over open fires, yet this is something that impacts all of us. We're all dealing with the impacts of climate change. And so solar cooking is a really important solution that's working to address this. And it's really important because it's health, environment, economics, and gender, all of these things. So one solar cooker can help a family save from burning 1 ton of wood in 1 year. If you think about that multiplied by the 2.1 billion people cooking over open fires, that has an incredible impact. And unfortunately, it's often women and children who are bearing the brunt of cooking, having to gather fuel, risk attacks in order to gather that fuel, spending time that could be otherwise spent in terms of education or income generating activities or other things. And breathing in that smoke, which can be so detrimental in terms of increasing risks for respiratory diseases, cancer, even reproductive health, increasing the risk for preterm birth, stillbirths, cataracts, all kinds of things. And so solar cooking is a really important off-grid accessible solution. So we specialize in solar thermal cooking, and we have a few pictures that are being shown on the screen to showcase some of the different types of solar cookers. There's hundreds of different types, but they all utilize the same basic principle of directing and concentrating sunlight, often on a black pot, that then is heated to cook food, or it can also heat water, making it safe to drink. So solar cookers can range everything from a reflective panel, such as the Cook It, which we actually have one on display at our exhibit booth. It can be made from cardboard and anything reflective, like tinfoil or the inside of potato chip bags. And we actually designed it by request of the UNHCR of something that could be made easily and affordably anywhere around the world. There's also box oven solar cookers. That's one of the ones that I cook with very frequently. And it can be used just placed in the sun. We encourage local production as well, which is awesome. I've made lasagna, quiche, enchiladas, brownies, cookies, chili, rice, all kinds of great things in there. So I love cooking with a box cooker. There's also a parabolic solar cooker, which looks like a satellite dish, and it concentrates sunlight to the bottom of the pan, and it gets to those higher temperatures and those faster cooking times. So if you're looking at making something like a stir fry or popcorn, parabolics work really well for that. Part of the expertise that Solar Cookers International offers is helping individuals in communities figure out what solar cooker works best for their needs, their capacity in terms of like their household size, what local materials are available, what their climate is like. So that's one of the many things that we've done in working with our collaborator from the Central African Republic, as well as many others. So how is Solar Cookers International working to address this global challenge? We're working to address it in three main ways: advocacy, capacity building, and research. So advocacy, we are here at COP30 educating government leaders, civil society leaders about the importance and the need to implement solar cooking right away. And we've actually seen the number of countries who highlight solar cooking and are supportive of solar cooking, for example, by saying they want to decrease deforestation. We've seen that number increase, as well as the number of countries who acknowledge that cooking is a priority in addressing climate change. We also work through the High-Level Political Forum, Commission on the Status of Women, many others, and so many government leaders have come up to us and said, this is the solution my people need. Thank you so much for telling us. In terms of building capacity, we work with collaborators in countries such as the Central African Republic, Mali, Kenya, Yemen, India, Nepal, all around the world, anywhere the sun shines. That's where we want to work. We also provide a variety of resources in order to strengthen the solar cooking sector and to share information. For example, we manage the Solar Cooking Wiki, which is 1,800 pages of information available online for free, automatically translated into over 30 languages, with open source instructions on how to make a solar cooker, country by country information, so you can see if anybody in your area is doing anything with solar cooking, where to buy a solar cooker, recipes, all kinds of great things. We also do economic impact summaries, so you can see for each country the potential savings that each country could have by investing in solar cooking. Because people getting sick and dying prematurely is expensive. Climate change is expensive. Relatively speaking, solar cooking can save countries so much money. So a little bit of investment in clean cooking goes a long ways in terms of economics, environment, and health. We also do research. So we're thankful to have Dr. Alan Bigelow here, who's our program and science director. He's led our testing program. So we also have developed the performance evaluation process testing, which is based on ISO standards. So we can measure how powerful different solar cookers are, as well as how efficient they are, so people can make informed decisions about which product will best suit their needs. Back to building capacity, I think this is a great opportunity to turn it over to one of our collaborators.
Great, thanks so much, Caitlin. So exactly, perfect. Thanks for doing my job for me. So next we're going to hear from Polycarp Charlemagne Mandayan, who is from the Ministry of, in charge of Environment and Sustainable Development from the Central African Republic. He's the focal point for the nationally designated entity to the Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN, within the National Climate Change Coordination Office for CAR. And we're going to have Dr. Bigelow that's also going to be helping translate Polycarp's intervention. So over to you.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je m'appelle Mandayan Charlemagne Polycarpe. Je suis entité nationale désignée de la République centrafricaine. Et je travaille au ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable, à la coordination nationale climat, volet qui s'occupe du changement climatique de la République centrafricaine. Et je remercie beaucoup CTCN, je remercie beaucoup Union européenne, je remercie beaucoup SCI qui ont pris leur temps pour soutenir la République centrafricaine par le projet Cuisson solaire en République centrafricaine. Ce projet a été allé dans l'appui de l'Union européenne, financé par l'Union européenne, parce que le projet Cuisson solaire fait partie des projets prioritaires dans le CDN de la République centrafricaine. Et voilà, maintenant, nous sommes engagés dans ce processus pour atteindre le but, accompagnés par les 3 entités que je viens de le citer, CDCN, Union européenne, SCI, qui nous ont accompagnés dans la mise en œuvre. Et l'expertise de ce projet vient par l'Université de Bangui, le lycée technique, qui sont là pour l'expertise de ce projet, accompagnés des 2 sociétés civiles, qui sont là pour la sensibilisation et la vulgarisation. Ce projet a été essayé d'emmener sur les 4 sites périphériques de la ville de Bangui. Et l'effectif ou le nombre de ces kits était 180 pour se distribuer pour les 4 sites. Et voilà, maintenant, ce projet a essayé quand même d'obtenir sa fin. Et les études d'impact et d'adoption et d'impact pour ce projet, c'était que les femmes ont eu le temps de ne pas aller loin dans la forêt pour collecter les bois de chauffe pour venir cuire leur nourriture. Et ça les permet de faire l'économie aussi et la santé aussi. Donc vraiment, ce sont les études qu'on nous a fait sur ce projet. L'analyse a été optée sur les 3, la santé, l'économie et l'environnement. Donc vraiment, ça protège aussi l'environnement par rapport à ce pays. Et vraiment, je tiens à remercier parce que ODD aussi fait partie d'un document qui est allié au document politique et stratégique de la République centrafricaine, CDN, le plan national d'adaptation, le plan de développement et les stratégies de développement à faible émission de carbone. Donc vraiment, nous obtenons pour voir comment ce projet a essayé de voir le lien. Ce projet a... Ce projet a un lien par les documents politiques de la République centrafricaine, en lien aussi avec ODD parce que les objectifs de développement durable fait train aux documents politiques de la République centrafricaine. Et voilà, maintenant, ça nous fait plaisir pour obtenir les partenaires techniques pour soutenir. Et nous aimerions encore de renforcer la capacité des bénéficiaires et d'appuyer la République centrafricaine dans ce sens, dans les projets énergie solaire ou dans les projets cuisson solaire dans les jours à venir et vraiment vulgariser ce projet pour les jours à venir. Vraiment, c'est ce que j'ai à vous dire en ce moment.
Merci beaucoup, Polycarp. I'm going to translate and summarize what Polycarp was just saying. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Okay, can you hear me? All right. So what Polycarp was saying was a lot. So I'm going to paraphrase. He's very thankful to all of the partners that were a part of this initiative. So that is in the CTCN, the Climate Technology Center and Network at the United Nations, and the European Union for the funding, and also working together with Solar Cookers International. Also, he's pointing out in the project to make this happen, it was involving more collaborators at the local level. So there was the University of Bangui. Bangui is the capital of Central African Republic, and the university's physics department and laboratory was able to help bring in expertise for manufacturing solar cookers using locally available materials. Also, there were 2 NGOs that helped, or civil society organizations that helped with the project to get the cookers into 4 communities. And these 4 communities were circling Bangui. So they were not so far away, but each community had its own particular situations and conditions. There was also a gender expert that was a part of this initiative to make sure that gender inclusivity was a part of all aspects of the initiative from A to Z. And this is a tremendous advantage to have that focus in this work. Polycarp was also explaining how the SDGs are linked to all these aspects of the work and how it connected with the national plan and the country's nationally determined contributions. And this was a very important key that allowed this initiative to happen in the first place. So one of the things that we do at Solar Cookers International every year is we review the NDCs and look for language that is supportive of solar cooking. And when you see that language in there, it allows the opportunities to progress. So that's a very important thing that we'd like to share with other countries, is if you're interested in solar cooking, put it in your NDC. Foremost, Polycarp was coming back to the users, the women who are in the communities and the impacts on the women. So he was mentioning three things. One is health. So the women are typically tasked with the cooking process, which often involves time to go and collect wood and bring it home. It also involves money to pay for the firewood and charcoal. But again, you're bringing that home and you're using those polluting fuels, you're getting smoke in your face. This is leading to all kinds of health impacts. So through solar cooking, this project over the 18 months is already showing through data collection a reduction in health aspects. So people's health is improving, and they're spending less on firewood, so it's better for their economics. And for the environmental aspects also, there's been improvements. Finally, Polycarp was saying they need to do more. We can't just stop at a pilot project, but this has to spread across the country. So additional funding is necessary to keep this scaling along the roadmap that was produced during the initiative that we have together. OK, Polycarp, c'était beaucoup, mais j'ai traduit, j'ai fait la sommaire. I'm not sure how we are on time. Maybe I know we'll have a chance to have another cycle, but I think he was able to cover everything that we wanted to discuss the project. But happy to hear more questions. OK, merci.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Polycarp. So we're going to move from Central African Republic to India.
Yeah.
And so we've got Shruti Sharma here, who is the lead of IISD's India program and leads our work also on affordable energy. So she's going to share a few slides to capture some of the work that's been happening in India. Over to you, Shruti.
Thank you. So maybe I want to talk a little bit about electricity-based cooking in India. And I want to start with some broad sort of setting the context of why it's making sense to switch to renewable-based cooking in India. And sort of the number one reason is that the way the Indian households are cooking right now, their fuel mix, is largely focused on LPG-based cooking. So about 63% of Indian households do use clean cooking fuels, and largely is LPG. And the remaining are using solid fire, so biomass-based cooking, and largely most of them are based in rural areas. So I think I'll start focusing a little bit more on what works for urban households. And you'll notice less than 1% of Indian households are using electricity-based cooking, and pretty much the whole premise of the argument here is LPG, which is roadblocking electricity-based cooking transitions. So when we unpack a little bit more about what LPG is doing, the government is primarily subsidizing these large 14 kgs red canisters that are delivered to the households. And these are subsidized when households receive it. And the subsidy is accumulated so much over the years. So the last data that we have for 2023, which is going to be updated soon in December, shows about the government is subsidizing and paying about 5 billion annually for LPG subsidies. And largely it's gone through mostly supporting households and decreasing the price of the red LPG canister. And there's also levers of tax compensation and tax cesses and exemptions on custom duty, because LPG is imported, a lot of it. So altogether, the whole thing then combined adds up to a huge fiscal burden, which is growing over the years. So the graph on the right is primarily showing that. One of the big reasons to do and quantify what LPG subsidy savings looks like is because it helps in conversations with policymakers to help sort of start the momentum on why a transition is important. So what we tried to do was we wanted to get a solid big figure around what does it mean in terms of government savings if you transition towards electricity-based cooking. And we wanted to envision three scenarios where there is a low scenario that 20% of households, urban households primarily, start switching towards electricity cooking by 2050. And then a medium scenario of 40% households transition, and then a really ambitious one around 60% of urban households are using electricity-based cooking by 2050. And we did a gradual reform for these households. It's not like they switch overnight and start using LPG absolutely. we said that, okay, let's see, maybe every 2 to 3 years, they give up 2 cylinders each, so it's really slow and conservative estimates, so it can be really taken in like absolutely easily. And we've got estimates of how much LPG cylinders a typical household uses per month. So we can estimate how much saving the government will have in terms of LPG subsidy, but also in terms of like the import bill coming down, because the government is no longer going to sort of import LPG. So altogether, when we look at it, on the left is the LPG subsidy expenditure that the government has. So you've got your business as usual scenario, which is on the top. So LPG subsidy expenditure is as it is, increasing. But the really high scenario, which is on the bottom, is the huge savings that are coming in. That combined with the import substitution that happens because the government no longer needs to import LPG is exactly then what the savings that come on the right side. So you've got really high savings in the blue line up there going up. And by 2050, we estimate that can go up to 1.8 trillion. So this is a significant like number that the government really sort of needs to focus on. And that's like the policy push that we need. The second thing is cost economics at home, right? Like the market is going to take care of itself. So when we start comparing household spending on LPG versus piped natural gas, that's like some urban households now have access to it, versus electricity-based cooking, you can see that between the two figures, between LPG and PNG, it looks like roughly the same that households are spending. But that's also because LPG is heavily subsidized and piped natural gas, which is PNG, is not subsidized. So that's why it looks fairly similar. But the big picture here is that electricity is still far cheaper, even compared to subsidized LPG. So LPG prices right now, after subsidy, are comparing, and they are still more expensive than electricity-based cooking. And I think this awareness is not there with households. So maybe one of the things I want to raise around is just capacity building and building like communication campaigns around letting households know that there is a cheaper alternative to subsidized LPG. I think the additional thing that we found was that a lot of households also receive subsidized electricity, and electricity subsidies are a huge problem. But in spite of that, the cost of supply from coal-based electricity is around 6 rupees. And even that, and even if prices go up for electricity, which they won't, because the grid is being decarbonized, so cheaper renewable-based electricity is powering the grid, even that can compete with subsidized electricity. With subsidized LPG. The last thing, just like the rationale to again like talk about LPG subsidies regressive, is that they are not reaching the poor. So Anne spoke about this in her opening remarks. This is just evidence that we did through survey-based work, where we found that most of the LPG subsidies are being delivered to, about half of them are reaching the richest, the top 20, 40, the top 2 quintiles, which is quintile 4 and 5. So they're the 40% of the richest households in the country, and they're getting more than 50% of the benefits, but the graph should have been reversed. It should have been the poorest who would be receiving it. So there's a lot of evidence that they're not really benefiting low-income households. So just in terms of way forward, there's a tilt which is required in like shifting LPG subsidies away. And unless that reform sort of sets the path forward for public financial flows to be freed up from LPG, it won't make the right incentives for grid modernization and for electricity supply to be stabilized for households to easily adopt. The other thing is that consumers still are very biased about cooking on open flames, but all of those solutions can be delivered from electricity-based cooking. So those cultural preferences need a little bit of time and a natural sort of norm to sit in, that electricity can also deliver all the same cooking preferences and behaviors. I think there is more equity in households shifting towards electricity-based cooking, because electricity subsidies can be sort of better targeted, because there's metered consumption, you can better identify who your low-income households are. And the last bit is just there is a lot more research and development which is needed to make the electricity stoves and the equipment more subsidized, which again is needed like as the capital investment for low-income households. So maybe with that, I'll stop.
Great, thanks so much, Shruti. And so we're going to continue on our journey from India to Indonesia. And so we're going to hear now from Maxensius Tri Sambodo, who is a senior researcher at the National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. His research interests are on economic development, energy, environment, and natural resources. So over to you, Max.
Okay, thank you, Anna. I think there are two main components that I'm going to share with all of you. The first one is related to the G20 country context. And then in the second part, I would like to see in the Indonesian context. So I think this figure is very, very important. We can see that from these figures, it is quite clear that in many G20 countries, they are trying to push a lot on gas, this including LPG as a main source of cookings. Or you can see how the importance of Indonesia in increasing the number of gas to do substitution from kerosene before, since the last 50 years. And we also can see how in here is China doing transition for electric source. And then we also can see how the India and China. So basically we can see that since the last 15 years, there is very rapid adoption of new technology and also source of cooking. However, we see that most of the transitions go to the fossil fuels. And from these figures, we also can notice that actually all the countries have very strong capability. Why? Because within 15 years, actually they can move very fast to do transitions. Maybe the challenge for us is how to give something, how to give good prescription for the country to move in a better way to green energy sources. And this figure indicate that among the G20 countries, they still give a lot of subsidy. And from the previous figure, we can see that most of subsidy goes for fossil fuels. And we can see from the case of Indonesia, for example, we spend about 50% of our GDP go for subsidy. India, 10%, China, 12%. And most go for implicit and explicit subsidy. That means there is a situation of undercharging of the fossil fuels, or maybe we undercharging the cost of environment, tax, and other to the consumer sides. So this is not kind of sustainable strategy, because as we see before, with this kind of situation, actually still many populations is not have connected with the clean energy for cooking. You see 2.1 billion. And even 50%, almost 50% of them are in Asia countries. So I think we need to change the games. We need to redefine again how we can make the subsidy work for the poor. And another study that we also doing, around 50 to 70% of subsidies go for kind of direct supports for the price, but not so many go for regulation improvement, good governance, infrastructure, and so on. So I think we also need to think how to reallocate the subsidy, go for other more long-term benefit for the community. So this is the case study of Indonesia. Indonesia really depends on LPG. Around 80% of the households use LPG for cookings. So if you see the situation, this is not good, because in terms of risk, in terms of energy diversification, we put in the bad way. We put a lot of risk to LPG, especially among 70% of LPG are imported. So if something happen in supply disruptions, price increase, they will impact a lot on our national budget also, right? You can see that most of energy subsidy also go for LPGs. So this is not kind of good way that we have now. So another issue with the cooking picture. This picture is very important because it shows that this is decile of household from the poor to the rich, 10 mean the rich. So the rich also consume a lot of LPG 3 kilograms. That is get a lot of subsidy from governments. If you see here, for the low decile, for the poorest, they still use firewood for cooking. So this is also showing that imbalance situations among the households. So you can see for non-subsidy LPG, such as 5 kilograms or 12 kilograms, even the poor also buy it. So they pay higher compared with the rich. So the challenge now is how we can change these regimes. And we can see also another sources like electricity sectors consumption is still very low. It's still very low. So the challenge now is not only how we can reallocate for better strategy, but also how to make a balanced diversifications in this in this situation to reduce the risk of transitions. So what we can conclude from looking on the global context and also Indonesian context is we need to more commit and put in the clear calendars how we can do the transition to clean energy for cooking. What kind of milestone among the G20 countries need to expose to others, and then how we can also reduce the LPG subsidy that now most of the country go to that corners. How we can change the directions, and then the two is we need to publish clean cooking roadmaps among the countries. I think the roadmap is important for us to learn each other among the countries, and then how we can collaborate between developed and developing countries and among the G20 members. I think that is the agenda. This is not easy, but I believe with a strong commitments, with good leaderships and good intention, maybe we can work together to change the games. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Max. And so we've had both sort of the very practical experiences shared with us and some more sort of policy research-oriented solutions that have come from India and Indonesia. Caitlin, I want to go back to you, kind of tying back, maybe bring some policy into what you have to share. What have you seen released on solar cooking related in the various NDCs? How is it being picked up? We heard from Polycarp that it was important to sort of see that link. So have you sort of looked at NDCs more broadly and sort of picked up on how solar cooking is being reflected in them?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. So one of the things that Solar Cookers International does is every year we analyze the NDCs to see which ones mention clean cooking, solar cooking, or things that are supportive of solar cooking, for example, wanting to decrease deforestation. We have that report on our website, solarcookers.org. We welcome you to check it out. We also have printouts at in our binders at our exhibit booth. But I want to really highlight the Central African Republic because they also had specific targets. So for example, 10% of the population with access to solar cooking by 2030. And from what I've heard from Polycarp, they are so excited about solar cooking that when they do the next version of their NDC, they actually want to increase that target. Now, of course, that requires funding, but having it specifically in the policies opens doors. So, for example, that made it easier for us to access United Nations Climate Technology Center and Network funding, which allowed us to do this work. Also, with that work, though, we've been able to look at how to scale this up. And so thank you to the CTCN for funding a feasibility study so that we can explore additional funding mechanisms. For example, carbon finance, because like I said, we're seeing one solar cooker can save 1 ton of wood. Multiply that by, you're getting to levels of the population where that can create a significant investment opportunity. We're also looking at opportunities to pair with microfinance groups. And so that's an additional way because with solar cooking, people can save half of their expenses from fuel with a solar cooker. And so then that savings can go to repaying the cost of the cooker. There can also be job creation opportunities as well. So producing solar cookers locally, selling solar cookers, also jobs from solar cooking. So value add from solar drying, for example, baking a cake, which would be harder to do over an open fire, all kinds of things like that. So we also want to highlight Sao Tome and Lesotho. They are 2 additional countries that have highlighted solar cooking in their NDC, so shout out to them. And we encourage other countries to follow suit from the Central African Republic.
Thanks for that. Now, Polycarp, you had mentioned in what you had shared in describing what was happening in Central African Republic, some of the various impacts that solar cooking has had in the pilot communities related to health and the environment and gender and energy costs. Would you be able to elaborate on those a bit more? Maybe some of the stories that are coming out from this pilot experience?
Ok, Polycarp, c'est une question pour vous. Elle a remarqué que vous avez parlé des bénéfices pour les femmes dans les communautés au niveau de santé, économie et aussi de l'environnement. S'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez élaborer sur ces bénéfices Peut-être avec des histoires des femmes, peut-être ils avaient rencontré quelques petites histoires individuelles. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Après la distribution de cuisson solaire, on avait fait une analyse d'impact. Vous savez que les femmes de chez nous, ils aillent dans la forêt pour aller chercher des bois de chauffe pour aller venir préparer leur nourriture. Et il y a la distance qui est là aussi. Parfois, les femmes peuvent aller dans les champs pour aller chercher du fagot. Il peut mordre par un serpent et c'est un problème aussi. Et la durée d'aller dans la forêt pour aller chercher du bois de chauffe pour venir préparer de la nourriture, ça prend du temps aussi parce que c'est un trajet pénible. Parce que comme la déforestation est là, la forêt est poussée loin. Et voilà, maintenant, les femmes aillent loin pour aller chercher du fagot. Et ça joue sur leur santé. En utilisant, les femmes utilisent les bois de chauffe pour préparer leur nourriture. Et il y aura des fumées qui sont là, ça provoque des maladies respiratoires. Et côté bénéfique économique, parce qu'auparavant, ils dépensent leur argent parfois. Un ménage peut dépenser 500 francs par jour ou 1000 francs par jour pour payer le fagot pour préparer la nourriture. Mais en arrivant du cuisson solaire, le coût est diminué. Voilà, maintenant, ça les prend en bénéfice pour qu'ils puissent avoir de l'argent pour économiser quelque part. Et l'environnement, parce qu'il n'y avait pas de pression dans la forêt. Et voilà, maintenant, la forêt va garder sa nature pour qu'il n'y ait pas de pression dans la forêt, pour que les femmes aillent pour aller chercher du fagot et revenir préparer leur nourriture. Vraiment, ce sont les impacts positifs qui sont après la distribution de la fourche solaire.
Merci. Polycarp, thanks you for asking the question. And as he was elaborating on the facets of the positive impacts on the women who were involved in this initiative, he was talking about the hardship on women who go and scavenge for firewood and the time that it takes to go into the forest regularly to seek firewood is actually increasing because of the forest degradation. As the forest degrades, the women have to go farther into to find firewood. So that means that the time that they're spent doing this is also increasing, and the risks that they are experiencing increase. So with solar cooking, it can help reduce that effort and that hardship. On the financial savings aspect, certainly from the adoption and impact survey that was conducted, we have data now that show that the amount of expenditure on fuel is reduced, and that amount of money can be used for other things. So the adoption impact survey is a great tool for gaining these types of data. And finally, on the environmental side, because of this constant seeking of wood that it happens, because people do need to cook their food, through solar cooking, it's a reduction of the need to go and seek firewood. So it's right now an aspiration of a goal, because it's very early in the initiative where it's just 18 months in right now. But the expectation is that the forests will recover and that there will be more environmental benefits felt there that will not only be felt at the forest level, but for the people and those who are around the forest. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that. Shruti, quickly, you had mentioned in your presentation, you spoke about the urban households.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if you might have a few thoughts to share on what the situation is for the rural households and with subsidies for cooking.
Yeah, sure. So you're right. We spoke a lot about urban households, and that's because by like 2050, about like 70% of the population is going to be aggregated in urban households. So it seems like a fairly like easy target to pick on. For rural households, a more decentralized approach is easier to consider, and there are many sort of options in the menu that we can offer to them. For rural households where affordability is a bigger concern and delivery is still a concern, a more gentler approach to reform is sort of needed. So we still see them using LPG, but that LPG subsidy is being freed up from urban households is like the first approach. And the second is that the next sort of non-fossil or renewable options for them includes like biogas and also sort of solar cookers as well. So for biogas, we've done a lot of research on to show that, and it can be cost competitive compared to LPG-based cooking, but it again requires a little bit of a capital investment for households to be supported. So there is an additional subsidy burden that requires from like subnational governments as well, which can be harder up fiscally. So it's important to sort of like slow the transition and move the urban sort of aggregate mass a little bit. But that sort of approach, again, like more decentralized, where like rural households can control their asset, they can continue to fuel stack, they can use LPG mixed with biogas, with whatever option, again, is like comfortable for them and affordable, but slowly like move them towards non-fossil or like sort of renewable options. I would say probably that's where we are right now with rural households. Yeah.
So maybe a slower, gentler transition is what
exactly.
I'm hearing. Okay,
Yes.
interesting. Max, question for you. So maybe you could say a few words about some of the pilots that have been taking place in Indonesia that have gone on with electricity cooking.
Yeah.
Could you share about that experience from Indonesia?
Yeah, I think the pilot project is very interesting because this is a project that actually come from the private sector, from the state-owned company, government. They try to conduct a pilot project in Bali and Central Java on how the community changing from LPG to induction stove. There is a lot of good issue coming because sometimes we think that the poor, they are not familiar with the technology, they are maybe feeling afraid with that ones. There's a possibility of risk for the thing that coming from the top, right? And then when we come to the grounds and then meeting a lot of household, women, men, and so on, actually they are really enjoys with the new induction stove because as we see this is quite clean, safety, and then they also feel cheaper, even more convenience, and especially for the vulnerable groups, they don't have to worry to carry 3 kilogram LPG every day, so they just plug and in. So I think the context is different between the top and the grassroots. So now the challenge is how to make decision maker to be more listen to the people, what they want, and then how they can accommodate with the resource they have to do transition from the LPG. That is very risky in terms of national budget, in terms of energy security. Why not trying for something that we are already in the grounds that really benefit to the peoples? I think we need to change that mindset. And then with this research, I think we try to advocate government to look differently in make a judgment about clean cookings. I think that maybe the thing that's very interesting from our story, from the grounds. I think that's Anna. Thanks. Yeah.
Great, thanks. So a common theme I'm hearing across the board is just, I mean, the transformative potential of clean cooking, solar cooking is huge, but it's also very contextualized. And it really is sort of linked to, we need to have a real understanding of the local needs, preferences. And in the areas that I work, which tends to be more on the climate change adaptation side, the importance of behavioral change and insights and all that is just so fundamental, and I'm hearing it come out also quite strongly in the experiences that you're sharing. So look, I know that people are probably melting. I don't know if there's any sort of questions that people might have for any of our speakers. Yeah?
Thank you a lot. My name is Janvier Kabananier. I'm from Rwanda. I work with the Rwanda Energy Group, which is the national power utility. I will share a short experience with the clean cooking initiative that we have in country. I'm leading the R&D department, research and development. We have recently started a study where we gave induction cooker and a pressure cooker to different people in Kigali, 400 households. Then we want to follow them for 6 months to see what will be the change in their power consumption. Then from that, we want to develop a policy recommendation to call for the government to introduce what we call e-cooking tariff, because we believe with that e-cooking tariff, which is subsidized, will promote the e-cooking in urban setting. Now, in rural setting, we have used the solar cooking system, but we don't really go for the direct radiation for solar for cooking. We transform the solar into electricity through inverter, battery, then we provide induction cooker and pressure cooker. So we are addressing two things at once. We are giving access to electricity, and we are giving a technology for cooking. So my first question goes to Mr. Polycarp. I want to understand the convenience of using the direct radiation, because people, they have to cook outside, not indoors. What happens once there is rain, when it is a cloudy day? So is it really convenient to use that technology from your experience? My second question goes to Kathleen. So we did that pilot project with a solar cooking system, and the results are very promising, and we want to scale up. So on the financial side of things, how do you support other countries to scale up those kind of initiatives? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Maybe the first question to Polycarp.
OK. Polycarp, c'était une question pour vous. Et le monsieur, il vient de Rwanda, Kigali, et il travaille sur un projet qui utilise les panneaux solaires photovoltaïques pour emmener de l'électricité dans les ménages. Et avec ça, il peut utiliser l'électricité pour faire la cuisine ou bien pour d'autres choses. Mais il demande dans votre projet, dans notre projet, est-ce que c'est convenable pour les femmes en utilisant les cuisseurs solaires thermiques pour faire la cuisine? Et il demande ça avec le contexte quand il pleut ou bien quand il est nuageux. Comment elles vont faire la cuisine?
Merci beaucoup. Vraiment, j'ai pris au cœur la question de mon frère de Rwanda. Et vraiment, comme on avait obtenu ce projet, parce que ce projet fait partie des projets prioritaires dans le CDN de la République centrafricaine. Et voilà, du coup, comme il y a des partenaires qui sont là pour financer ce projet, automatiquement, on a essayé de récupérer le projet pour la RCA. Voilà, en parlant un peu sur les difficultés, voilà, ça fait partie des difficultés. Quand la pluie tombe, vraiment, c'est un problème, on ne peut pas cuire avec. Donc, ça fait partie des difficultés de ce projet. Donc, c'est à base du soleil qu'on peut cuire la nourriture du moment à l'autre. Mais au fait, s'il y a la pluie, c'est un problème. Donc, vraiment, je peux te dire c'est ça.
Okay, I'll just translate. He takes your question to heart and appreciates your question. And he says that this is something that is a reality for these communities. He's also sharing that this is a priority for his country, solar cooking. And so we have to respond to the priority and to the donors. And so this is where we have come this far. But he's recognizing that it's still a challenge, that there are the cooking times when there is not sun access, and that does need to be addressed. If I can just interject something, the solar thermal cooker is an integrative solution, and it's intended to be added to what is already there. Also, we have complementary technologies that are promoted along with the solar cooker, such as a heat retention basket. And if you use the heat retention basket in addition to a solar thermal cooker, you can start the meal when there is sunlight, but then transition your cooking pot to a heat retention system, and it will keep cooking well into the evening, and sometimes even in the morning you can have a hot meal. So these are some of the creative solutions that need to be explored, And from his perspective, this is something that we will keep working on, and very excited to continue. But thank you for your question very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very thoughtful questions, and as well directed to Polycarp. I'll also add, you said that solar cooking has to be done outside, which is true. As I mentioned before, I'm a solar cook. One of the reasons I love solar cooking is you can set it and forget it. So I'll put my food with my solar cooker outside. I'll go back inside, keep working away, doing what I need to do. And it depends on the solar cooker type, the parabolic you need to be with it, the box oven, which I cook with the most frequently, the reflective panel. You can just put it out there, go back inside, go into the shade, go do whatever else you need to do. I live in Sacramento, California, where it also gets very hot. So the last thing that I want to do is add more heat inside where I am, keep it outside. And we think there is a lot of opportunity for complementary technologies with electricity as well. So for example, solar thermal cooking can be the most efficient for cooking and for heating water, and electricity can be the most efficient, for example, for charging your cell phone. So there's room for all of those solutions. I think looking at the price as well, there are models of solar cookers that can be really affordable, so seeing what that comparison looks like. It's a really accessible technology too, so it can be made, like I said, affordably anywhere around the world. So I think be very curious to continue the conversation and help figure out what's the best fit. In Mali, we offered the variety of technologies, and we can see that that was really well received within the community. So people who wanted a solar thermal example, or multiple solar thermal cookers, or solar PV, there's that choice. And so working with communities and individuals to see what the best fit is. What you mentioned before, a couple of the things that we do is a quick needs assessment. So working with communities and households to see, okay, are they interested in learning a new technology? Do they have access to sun? What's the household capacity number of people that they're cooking for? Those types of things, so it's a good fit. We also have an adoption and impact survey where we do a baseline and post-distribution data. Your question about scaling up, how do we work with countries? So part of the reason we're here is to get to know people from countries, and then looking for opportunities that could be pursued. So for example, Jeff, that's something that we're looking at. So working with countries to see, okay, how can we share our expertise in terms of solar cooking? Because a lot of times some of these funding opportunities need to have interest expressed by the country itself. For example, why the Central African Republic was so successful, because there was that stated interest, and then able to pursue some of those additional opportunities and bring in that. We're a relatively small nonprofit, so we want to work with countries towards finding those additional opportunities to help scale.
Thanks very much, and thanks for those questions. So I think we'll start wrapping up here, and so I just really want to say that this has been a fantastic conversation to really hear about the practical solutions and experiences from a variety of contexts. It's clear that different options and approaches are being explored, and we're really digging into alternatives for clean cooking apart from LPG. And so I think that we know that clean cooking has been a call to action for political leadership for decades, and we've been wanting more evidence, and so it's clear that there's actually a really big body of evidence and just growing. And so that excuse in some ways for evidence before taking some of the bigger and transformative decisions in fora like this is not really legitimate. We know what needs to be done. And what needs to be done is we need to now turn that into roadmaps and practical commitments to get that next step. So I just really want to thank our speakers for being here with us today and for sharing these experiences. And thank you for your question and for sitting all together in this heat. And wish you a good rest of your COP. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Wonderful. My name is Leanne Roper. I have the privilege of moderating the session here today. I apologize that we had some virtual speakers that were to join us, but due to some technical difficulties, they will not be able to join. But nonetheless, we do have distinguished panelists that will be leading our conversation today. May I ask you, Liaz, to please join us on the platform? It is really my pleasure to welcome you to this event that is being organized by UNEP, UNDRR, and UNDP. For about 45 minutes, we will delve into the topic, Resilient Futures, Delivering Solutions for Loss and Damage to Accelerate the SDGs. This year not only marks the 10-year anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Agreement, but also of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, from which the Sustainable Development Goals were developed. Whilst these agreements have their mandates, they're all interconnected. There is no achieving sustainable development without climate action, as is outlined in the Paris Agreement, or in preventing and reducing existing risks to all types of hazards, which is the goal of the Sendai Framework. It's therefore important that in delivering solutions through the design of policies, through the implementation and financing of measures, and in monitoring progress to close the loop in safeguarding their effectiveness, especially for those most vulnerable, that we take a holistic approach. In this event, we are focusing on the SDGs and loss and damage. It seems that we can hardly go a day or a week without hearing about the impact of loss and damage. The term unprecedented used to be sporadic, but now it seems to be the norm. Most recently, many would have heard about Hurricane Melissa in the Caribbean, typhoons Kalmagi and Fungwang in Asia, and the tornadoes here in Brazil, just to name a few. As someone from the Caribbean, and more specifically from Jamaica, I know personally and professionally that these kinds of events will have an impact in derailing or delaying the achievement of the SDGs. And we only have 5 years remaining. But while we recognize these facts, we also can explore the solutions, and that is why we're here today. Two things are true. Those who are experiencing loss and damage are also demonstrating resilience. This event, amongst other things, seeks to enhance understanding of how addressing and reporting and identifying practical entry points can assist with how loss and damage is integrated into the implementation of the SDGs. We will hear examples and about partnerships that are enabling countries to assess, address, and report loss and damage within their SDG frameworks. This includes finance and partnerships. Before we get into the panel discussion, please allow me to extend one apology. Hafish from the Executive Committee, he is running late, but he will be here. We have also one request. We ask that you engage with us, that you make it interactive. We do have our panelists here who will be helping to lead the discussion. We will ask them to share their perspectives, but I'm sure you as well in the audience will have some views and questions as well. So with that, let's go into the panel discussion. Our esteemed panel will each have 5 minutes to share their perspectives and their intervention. After we have heard from them, we will then take your questions and we will continue the conversation. So first up, we will have our speaker from the UNDP, Mr. Liez. He is the former regional team leader in environment and energy at UNDP in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the UNDP Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean, RBLAC, as the regional hub manager. He has extensive experience in environmental policy, governance, and climate, natural, and energy programming, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, and Haiti. Liez, you have done work in some of the world's most diverse and unique contexts, and thus have a vantage point on policy and financing mechanisms that have direct relevance to the SDGs. How do these support loss and damage and its integration in the SDGs?
Hi, everybody. It's quite hot, isn't it? Well, thank you so much. So let me say a few words on the one hand, on the policies around loss and damage, and then on the financial mechanism. And perhaps let me begin by saying that there's a consistent trend that we are seeing, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean, and especially in 6 countries, whereby the governments and the countries themselves are increasingly stepping up efforts to identify and quantify loss and damage and connecting that information to national development plans. So that's something that is happening more and more. In fact, the countries themselves are making the case that investing in resilience is good business. And that's the first key message I'd like to put out here. In terms of methodologies, many countries are using the post-disaster needs assessment. When a hurricane or a disaster has hit a country, usually what happens is that they do these post-disaster needs assessment, and they're using all PDNAs, that's the acronym, PDNAs, to quantify and then project and make these long-term projections and see, okay, based on those references from the past, how are things going to evolve and what is it going to mean in terms of loss and damage for my countries? And then they specifically then look at sectors, the most vulnerable sectors that might be affected based on these old PDNAs. And that's something that, that we have seen. And these analyses then leads themselves to the establishment of loss and damage databases with projections, which are used as powerful tools to support basically decision making, as well as risk-informed planning and finance. So for example, in El Salvador or in Belize, let me take those 2 examples. In El Salvador, we've worked with the government to do these analyses of past PDNAs and then do these projections. And what we can see in El Salvador is that basically without any measures on the business as usual scenarios, without investing anything into this, between now and 2050, loss and damage will increase by 60%. But what we also see is, working on this, is that if the country invests in implementing its NDC, it will be able, in theory, to reduce the increase in loss and damage to 20% instead of So instead of going to 60% of increase in loss and damage, you can kind of control this at around 20% if you implement the NDC, which makes the case for investing in these public policy tools and investing in the implementation of the NDCs and basically connecting it with adaptation to climate change. In Belize, we're doing a similar type of analysis, also looking at previous post-disaster needs assessment values, looking at the projections, and then in Belize the government is putting together a national framework for loss and damage, which will align policies, public policies, with sectorial policies, with capacity needs, and then with that, align with the financial strategies. And they are prioritizing sectors and basically mainstreaming loss and damage into policy and sectorial planning through this national framework. And it's also based on this PDNA type of analysis. In terms of financial mechanism, this type of work is allowing the government to be much more coherent, to have this, as I said, to align public policies around the key sectors that are mostly going to be affected, and then to scale this up into the national finance strategies. So you have policy alignment and then financial alignment. And some countries are already working very hard on scaling up these multi layers of finance strategies and enhancing capacities around those to be able to bounce back. So for example, in Jamaica with Melissa, we just seen how the country was actually well prepared from that point of view. And countries are investing in parametric insurance mechanisms, so risk insurance, but also linked to social safety nets and to social security, and then investing even in catastrophic bonds. And that vast menu of financial mechanism is allowing the country to be better prepared. But of course, I need to underscore that insurance is not enough if you're not investing in adaptation. In fact, it's going to be counterproductive if you're not investing in adaptation, because the insurance companies are going to say, hey, I'm not going to pay anymore if you're not investing. So this is why the countries need to invest in these multi-layer type of financial architecture and scale up investments, in those sectors mostly vulnerable, which are, for example, in El Salvador, we saw that the most vulnerable sector were agriculture and road infrastructure and housing. So you need to invest there at an early stage. And perhaps two key messages then is, number one, identify and quantify your loss and damage with projections. Promote a vision of resilience. In other words, it's good business to invest in resilience. It's good business to invest in your capacity to adapt and to bounce back. Align public policies with finance. And use the NDCs as a planning instrument to reduce loss and damage. And I think there's a case to be made that reducing loss and damage depends on climate scenarios and on adaptive capacities. So you need to invest in those two branches, basically. I'll stop here.
Great, thank you so very much. Such important points being raised there, and we'll have the opportunity to expand on that when we hear from some of our other panelists and maybe see how what you have shared, Liaz, also can connect with what we will hear from Catherine and Hafish shortly. So perhaps we can go then to Catherine. You are the head of adaptation and resilience in the department, head of adaptation and resilience department in the Ministry of Environment. And you have quite a bit of experience with adaptation and loss and damage, including indicators, monitoring and evaluation systems, and climate reporting. Panama has therefore gained quite a bit of experience with national loss and damage and SDG integration, and that could serve other countries well to be able to learn from your experience. So please do share with us what has been your experience in Panama in this area.
Thank you very much for the invitation. And well, in the case of Panama, we have a monitoring and evaluation system. We start first with adaptation. We have 21 indicators that are made to track progress in adaptation. And after that, we develop a monitoring and evaluation system just for loss and damage. And we managed to have 16 indicators. To create this amount of indicators, we made a deeply research, reviewing different existing indicators like the ones that are in the Sendai framework, the SDGs, and the Adaptation Fund, and others indicators. And then we established like a baseline to talk with the entities around the country that could provide the information. And that's how we ended with 37 indicators. And it's not perfect, the monitoring and evaluation system we have, but we're still working. We are always trying to improve the way it works. For example, recently we finished our first review of the indicators, and we discovered that there are some indicators that maybe should be replaced or reinforced, or maybe there's no enough data to continue collecting the information. And this assessment gave us the opportunity to identify other lessons learned and what all the gaps, where are the gaps, and how we can manage to improve our system. Also, recently we changed the government last year, and with this change, we changed our approach to the NDCs. We are now talking about Nature Pledge, which is our way to make the synergies between biodiversity, desertification, and climate change, which are the 3 Rio Conventions. And I'm talking about this because of the previous intervention. I think we are trying to do our best, trying to have all the alternatives, but it's still it's still being a challenge. Also, we are working in our institutional arrangements. We have an executive decree for adaptation in which we include losses and damages, climate displacement, and we are trying to work to have an assessment of non-economic losses and economic losses, which has been very difficult because in Latin America, it's something very new, like to relate losses and damage with climate change and have the capacity and the experts to assess that kind of work. But with the help of ICAT and other organizations like La Ruta del Clima, we are starting this project to identify a tool, or to have a tool to collect all the losses and damages, the non-economic losses. So yeah, that's what we have been doing all these years. This process started in 2020, and we are still working on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for sharing those perspectives. I hope that everyone is gearing up to have that conversation with you to learn a little bit more about that. But whilst we're gathering our thoughts further, we welcome Hafish, who is co-chair currently of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage. and he's also the director for the Center for Climate Justice based in Bangladesh. The Warsaw International Mechanism was established in 2013, and so was the executive committee, and since then has been leading quite a bit of work relating to loss and damage. So Hafish, you as co-chair and member of the EXCOM, but also in your own right as a citizen and working in a vulnerable developing country, please share your perspectives as it relates to loss and damage and the SDGs, and any reflections you may have from what you heard previously as well.
Thank you, Lian. Thank you, Lian. Lian was also previous co-chair of the EXCOM. So I'm working with Lian is now many years. So I would like to talk here not as an EXCOM member. I'm basically an environmental lawyer back home, so I work with the communities. So it's now 20 years I'm working with the communities. Let me share some of the community experiences. Colleagues, we know that at this stage we got the NDC, we developed the National Adaptation Plan, also we have the SDG implementation framework in Bangladesh. So NDC, NAB, SDG implementation plan are there. Still, do we need a national loss and damage plan? That is a big question. I think yes. Our current minister is really tired and got angry when we proposed to develop a national loss and damage plan. She said, she's also luckily an environmentalist. She said, look, so many policies, plans, and institutions are there. Then why additionally you are thinking about the loss and damage plan? Last 30 years, we are only planning, developing the plans, policies. Let's think about the implementation. But I was trying to convince her loss and damage is a little bit complex and critical issue. We need to develop some sort of national plan, or we can try to integrate the loss and damage within the every sectoral plans and policies and strategies. Why would you need a national loss and damage plan? Because you all know that is fund for responding loss and damage is taken two-pronged approaches, that is trigger-based and programmatic approach. Trigger-based basically soon after an event, the communities needs to access the financial resources from this fund. But how it is possible after flood or cyclone within 24 hours, within 48 hours, the vulnerable communities can access this fund. So we need to think about some sort of pre-arranged financed. Colleagues, pre-arranged finance doesn't mean only the insurance. It is quite broader conceptually. So we need to think about innovative institutional structure within the country so that we can reach to the communities soon after a sudden event like floods and cyclones. So secondly, programmatic approach, particularly you look at the slow onset processes and non-economic loss and damage, particularly damage to ecosystem, biodiversity, land degradation. Those are very critical issue. For that also we need to estimate the cost. Otherwise we cannot communicate the FRLD because we agreed for direct budget support. What does it mean? It means that FRLD would allocate some financial resources so that we can utilize annual budget system back home. But challenge is to access this fund, functional equivalencies, access this fund because the functional equivalency test or fiduciary standard. But still we can utilize the accredited entities at home and also international entities like UNDP or FAO or the UNICEF, blah, blah, blah. But our preference is direct budget support. We need to develop a short-term, mid-term, long-term programs so that we can submit those programs before the FRLD, and FRLD can provide financial resources through direct budget support so that we can allocate to the relevant ministries based on their needs. At the same time, Lian is here, UNDRR is hosting the Santiago network. Santiago network is already operationalized, right? They started to catalyze the technical assistance. Now we need to know what sort of technical assistance we really need back home? What sort of capacity building efforts we need to provide? Who are the stakeholders? We need to identify communities, policymakers, practitioners to build up their capacities, even academics. So Santiago Network can be really useful, but we need to know even how to seek technical assistance. I think Animesh also here, initially we can, Bangladesh is thinking to seek technical assistance to support us to develop a national national plan of loss and damage. That would be, I don't know, that would be an interesting case, because we need to develop some tools and methodologies to assess the needs. Not only financial needs, technical needs, capacity building needs. So through those tools and methodologies, finally we would like to develop a national plan, also a program that is maybe short-term, mid-term, long-term. This is how we are thinking back home. Thank you so much. I would be happy to respond to any of questions. With that said, over to you, Lian.
Give all our panelists a brief round of applause. Great, thank you. Thank you all for sharing. So now we get to the interactive part of our session. We heard from Lies about the work that's being done in different parts of the world, and he gave 2 specific examples from El Salvador and Belize. He spoke quite a bit about data and how important that is, particularly in being able to assess impact and use that to project and to plan. And then we heard from Catherine about the work that they're doing in Panama and the importance of data as part of monitoring and also planning and all the plans to be developed. And then we just heard from Hafish and their plans to explore not just having the NAPs and the NDCs, but also look beyond that to having loss and damage planning and being able to tap into support, and all under the banner that this will help countries with achieving their sustainable development goals. And we see around us what those 17 goals are. So now over to you. What are some questions you may have, or your own experiences or perspectives that we can continue the conversation? Please, we're all friends, so don't be shy. Do you have any questions?
Hello, everyone. Thanks all for organizing this interesting panel. And it was amazing, like listening to all the work that they have been doing in Panama, also in other countries. And my name is Balamin Badian. I'm from Senegal. I'm also working with an NGO called Co Africa. We are operating across 11 countries in Africa. And it's amazing to hear the experience from the other region. But just the question that I have is how can or what advice do you have to give to African countries also to be able to be in the same path as what Panama is doing also, but also if you have advice to give to young people how they can also engage in these policies, because we have seen in Senegal we are trying to engage youth when it comes to the NDC. Youth was part of the process in the elaboration of the NDC, but also in the implementation of the NDC 3.0. But when you go to the other countries in Africa, it's like the presence of youth in this decision-making processes in the NDC, in the National Adaptation Plan. So, what advice do you give to young people from Africa, how they can be able to be more engaged in the plan, but also to help the government achieve the sustainable development goals? Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question. Perhaps we could take one more.
With International Federation of Medical Students Association. So I would like to ask you, how do you think that youth and youth organizations can get more involved with the SDGs and the NDCs so we can also be part of the change?
Great, thank you. Youth are the ones inheriting whatever future the earth looks like. So it's good to see that we have two questions focused around the role of youth. So I know, Catherine, there was one specific question relating to Panama, but I think as well, Liez and Hafish, feel free to also jump in and respond to these two questions.
Hello. Thank you for the question. Well, in the case of Panama, our Ministry of Environment, we have an advantage, and is that we are all youth. The majority of the team it's from youth, the delegation, and we have advisors, of course. So I think since we are youth, we are always trying to involve more young people. For example, in the project that I mentioned with ICAD, we had the idea to involve more youth that are finishing their engineering, environmental engineering, and they are in their final stage of the university. I think that's a good idea because it can help them to have their first job experience and also be part of all this process. That's how I got involved. And I felt that it works a lot for us. Also, in the case of the NDC, as I mentioned, we are trying to have the synergy between the three Rio conventions through our Pacto de Panamá con la Naturaleza. It's the name in Spanish, but we translate it to Nature Pledge. And it is very ambitious. So I think that being part of the process, attend different meetings and workshops, and also raise your voice, ask questions. I think that's how they can be more involved. Also, we have different sectors in our NDCs. So for NGOs, I think it will be really good if they can identify the NDC as part of the country and not just a proposal from the government. I think that's the gap that we have, because in Panama, most of the entities and NGOs, they think that this is a proposal from the Ministry of Environment, and we are working very hard to change that, to present the NDCs as part of the country, a compromise that our country is making. It's led by the Ministry of Environment, but it's not ours. So thank you.
So I'm very happy to share with you that there are 7 youth are now with Bangladesh delegation. Interestingly, before they came here, we organized a training for them on climate diplomacy, particularly because the decision-making process should be informed, knowledge-based. You guys can build up a nice campaign. I know you are involved with campaigns, but at the same time, we are trying to bring those negotiators into the negotiation room. And we are providing them mentorship. Each of the senior negotiators are mentoring those youth delegates. At the same time, for me, important is that I also proposed to my minister that to involve the local youths in the decision-making process at the national level, implementation processes. That's very important. Youth can provide an oversight role, monitoring role at the national level, how the national policies, plans are implementing at the ground level. So involvement of the youth at the global level, at the national level, also the local level is very important. But I would like to highlight the importance of knowledge and information. Youth should study first, then campaign, and involve with the negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the colleague from Senegal and Chile. So in the question of the colleague from Senegal, there were 2 parts. One was what can countries in Africa learn from these processes that we just discussed here? And then linked to that, you added, and where are the youth falling in? And that is connecting to your question as well. So I think going back to my previous intervention, there was one key message that I was trying to raise is that, first of all, reducing loss and damage depend on countries' capacities to really conduct proper climate scenarios, climate analysis with projections on the long term, and then also on their adaptive capacities, also investing in adaptation. So it's those two things. And I think if we can look at the examples of the countries that have done this very well, there's a lot that we can learn, and even in terms of promoting South-South cooperation. So climate scenarios, quantifying, and then also looking at the adaptive capacities, investing in resilience. I was saying that investing in resilience is good business, and we see more and more in Latin America and the Caribbean governments specifically making the case for investments, for redirecting investments into resilient human development. Okay? And there's a great argument to be made for integrating adaptation to climate change into the broader national development plans. That connection is happening increasingly. We've talked about it in theory for a long time. Now we see countries doing it. So I think we can start looking at those countries. Then I was mentioning in El Salvador how we were able to see that, okay, with those climate projections, El Salvador estimated that between now and 2050, loss and damage would increase by 60%. But they also said, if we implement this new generation of NDC, we can reduce that increase to 20%. So it means that there's a strong case to be made for the implementation, first of all, to build very robust NDCs, and then to implement those NDCs. And in building those NDCs, that's where you have an opportunity to start doing it in a democratic manner, where you can include the youth, where you can identify which are the sectors that are mostly vulnerable in the countries, and where are the different actors that have the most to say about this. It could be indigenous people, it could be youth, it could be women-led businesses, and these sort of things. So this whole of society approach that we have seen in the development of certain NDC, especially in the region, I can mention some very strong ones like Ecuador. Even Panama is working hard on connecting issues of human rights, issues of indigenous people, issues of local development, issues of local authorities, youth, etc. And so we have seen in LAC a lot of good examples where the youth in particular have had a very, very strong involvement in those NDCs. Then these NDCs become literally part of your national development plan. And finally, I think the youth can also make a strong contribution in the discussion on policy coherence, because you need to have policies that are coherent with each other. So we heard in Panama where they are connecting with other important sectorial policies in the country. In Chile, they've done a great work in putting together a national integrated framework on public policies that connect gender issues with climate issues, with energy issues, with human rights issues, etc. And that allows the Minister of Finance to then also channel in a more coherent way investments. And I think the youth has a big role to be part of those discussions there. So we need to go for finance at scale, and the youth must be part of that discussion.
Thank you so very much for sharing those perspectives. I know we could continue this conversation if we had more time, but with the 4 minutes that we have remaining, I will invite Animesh Kumar, who is head of the UNDRR Bonn office, to give some reflections and closing remarks.
Thanks, Leanne, and hello, colleagues, and sorry for being a bit late. There are 3 parallel events happening at the same time. We're speaking at the Spain Pavilion, and the Global Goal on Adaptation negotiations are ongoing as we speak, where I'm an expert who developed the indicators, the part of the working group. But this is very important, and that came just as the discussions were continuing. And I really feel that many of the points that we have brought up today are so important in terms of taking the discussion forward. It's a very exciting time for all of us, and Hafizda knows it very well that it has taken more than over a decade to bring us to a point where loss and damage is just not a point of activism or a political call to action. It is an action. We have mechanisms in place through which funding is available, actions are being implemented, and we can really do something much better than where we are. But then time has also come to talk about scaling up. If you're serious about scaling up, we can't work in isolation. And loss and damage and development are the flip sides of each other. The more we have loss and damage, less we can talk about development. The better development we do, less will be the loss and damage. And if that be the case, loss and damage appears to be the litmus test to development. If they continue happening, we cannot ever achieve the sustainable development goals if we don't control and ever minimize and address loss and damage. So in terms of not only ensuring, and this is what I heard as well in the discussions, that not only in terms of ensuring that loss and damage be the litmus test to development, the actions we take to avert, minimize, and address, and the information therein can also ensure informing sustainable development goals in terms of the reporting processes, better data, and so on. But at the same time, the information we have in the SDG targets and indicators also inform the activation of many of the work we do under loss and damage. Just to take some of the examples, like under SDG 1 on poverty, 11 on urban communities, SDG 13 on climate action, there are very specific indicators that capture loss and damage. With some modification, they can actually be related much better. But they also provide some information that we can inform actions to address loss and damage as well. We have also seen that there are gaps, and these are the gaps that we need to fill further. The conventional disaster risk management and humanitarian action do not cover the full spectrum of loss and damage. That is the call to action. For example, we haven't done very well in terms of getting better data for slow onset events. We don't have enough information on non-economic losses. And if we do not have such kind of information, we remain very much glued to the conventional humanitarian world. But talking about slow onset events and their impacts, talking about the economic but non-economic losses of the impacts is also very important, because that takes us forward in a much more coherent way. And that takes us to the final point, which was raised again and again, is about the partnerships. That we work together, ensure South-South cooperation, but also North-South triangular cooperation. We can really move forward together and ensure that the both data ecosystem in which we operate and the policy space in which we work can be done in a much more coherent way than we have as of now. What is being done as of now, and I'll conclude with that. One is that we already talked about Santiago Network, which really provides the right technical assistance to countries to be able to fill up many of these gaps. I will give you 3 examples of the ongoing technical assistance being provided by Santiago Network. The first country getting assistance from Santiago Network was Vanuatu, which is continuing as of now. And among the 4 areas of action that it called for, which is being assisted, one is on data, to understand loss and damage assessments in a much better way. The second country that is approved and is online as of now with a call for proposal is Yemen, which has said that they will want to establish a tracking system for loss and damage to better understand their losses. And the third country, which was actually published day before yesterday, is Cook Island, which is also call for proposals on assisting them. And this again calls for better understanding of loss and damage. And one can already see that Santiago Network is assisting countries in better understanding their data ecosystem, understanding their losses, and then that becomes the basis to access bigger amounts of funding, including from the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and other funding sources. From our side, we have been assisting as UNDRR, working with many partners to provide technical assistance to countries to better collect data on loss and damage. Working together with UNDP and WMO, we have established a disaster tracking system. It's called Delta Resilience. More than 100 countries as of now have very granular data in place, but we really need to take it one notch higher by incorporating those data systems which are currently missing. And with partners of this event, UNEP, we've also been working closely, and they have taken the lead in terms of having better loss and damage metrics. I wish they could connect online, but Wi-Fi is not working very well, and hence I can relay their message as well that a lot of work is being done in terms of ensuring that data ecosystem governing loss and damage can be made much more strengthened. Once we can quantify and understand our losses better, we can really ensure that the financing mechanisms available to our disposal can be really harnessed in a much better way. So with those, I really encourage all of you that if you have any capacity needs, do approach Santiago Network to ensure that you can receive technical assistance. And if you feel you can offer your technical assistance to countries, do join Santiago Network as a member to be able to respond to the requests from the countries. With that, I would conclude my remarks and pass over back to Lian.
Thank you very much. What a panel this has been. What a conversation. Do you agree? Please show your appreciation with a round of applause. Thanks to the organizing team and to our esteemed panelists and Animesh that came in and brought those closing remarks to bring it all together. We appreciate you also for joining us. And again, we extend our apologies for those who attempted to join online, but because of connectivity issues were unable to join. So thank you, and we hope that you will keep cool and be safe for the rest of the COP. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to have you here. So my name is Eduardo Esfolha. I'm the head advisor for international affairs at the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture of Brazil. We have been working a little bit in the last months to try to structure an agenda for COP30. And this is one of our circa 30 panels. It was like a long program, and we are very happy. Tomorrow we are going to have our first ministerial panel to try to promote different perspectives in fisheries and aquaculture. I'd like to introduce this topic of today, where you're basically celebrating the introduction of aquatic food systems within the action agenda, and with a particularity, the idea is to keep this topic so we can have such cycles of implementation and to have like a system to try to bring many vectors and groups interested in this sector. So what we did during this process was to create awareness about our participation, basically the nexus between aquatic food systems and climate change. So we, in this system, we realize we have our participation. Circa 1% of the global emissions come from fisheries and aquaculture. So we have our homework to do when it comes, for example, to trawling, to impact on mangroves, burning fuel in our vessels. At the same time, we have our vulnerabilities related to the sector themselves, but also to the populations that depend on fisheries and aquaculture. And here you may be super familiar with this long list of impacts, and many or most of them already felt. We have this interesting question placed to the IPCC: which industries and jobs are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change in the oceans? And usually IPCC is so reticent, but in this case it has been very clear. Small-scale fisheries, livelihoods and jobs are the most vulnerable to climate-driven changes in marine resources and ecosystem services. So it's one more reason to give visibility to this sector, because if some groups should be prioritized, possibly these two sectors, but small-scale fisheries in particular should become first, or at least not be left behind. But we are also part of solutions. You may be super familiar with this narrative that by the simple fact of consuming more aquatic food, we can have an important impact in terms of mitigation, because you have conversion efficiency, we have emissions intensity lower, and more than that, we have a growing demand, and we have to answer, we have to meet the demand for this consumption, and we can do that in a better way or with more impact. So it's one more reason to understand how we can contribute to food security, having less impact, climate impact. And also we know that many countries have already included aquatic foods in their national determined contributions, and already have many projects. So it's interesting to have a kind of catalog when you can multiply and adapt solutions to local realities, because when you talk about fisheries and aquaculture, we're talking about very different realities. As you may have seen here in Belém is very particular. Just an interesting data, consumption of fisheries here is superior to 200 kilos per person in riverine communities. So we really want to advance and to engage like in international partnerships. A good point is also that fisheries and aquaculture are in many parts of these negotiations and processes, so we are not inventing anything new. And I'd like just to mention the first Ocean and Climate Change Dialogue, when the conclusion is the necessary to integrate climate solutions based on aquatic foods in national and multilateral processes, including the UNFCCC processes. We're also part of the Sharm el-Sheikh now mandate, because often we are forgotten as part of agriculture. And I should mention also here the beautiful work led by the FAO for more than 2 decades, and also the priorities so recognized by multilateral funds to focus on fisheries and aquaculture. I'd like to also say in the Marrakesh partnership, there are like many breakthroughs and initiatives, and there was one specific related to aquatic foods. And yes, so with the goal to secure at least $4 billion per year to support the resilient aquatic food systems that contribute to healthy and regenerative ecosystems, and to ensure the food and nutritional security to 3 billion people. And then we have all this human dimension of our sector that's not only about paper and stories. We are talking about a sector that responds to the livelihoods of, let's say, 600 million people in considering all the sector. And I should mention also the populations depending on artisanal fishers, and 10% of humankind depend on what they extract from the oceans to have their daily subsistence. And we have a fisher folks that are highly vulnerable, but also they are a kind of big army, a lot of people that can contribute. So when you think of projects in this sector, we have to engage the communities and give the right value to traditional knowledge and respect the ways of life. At the same time, we should mention here, when negotiations are so paralyzed, that we can have here a sector that's a sector of convergence, because it's of interest of developing and developed countries. Also that we have this big deficit in values, and less than 1% of global climate funds and less than 0.2% of global philanthropic funding are allocated to projects in fisheries and aquaculture. On the other hand, we have like this number, but it's completely flexible, that we would need something between $4 and $30 billion annually in investment in this sector to ensure resilience and sustainability. And unlike the other sector, is a big sector that moves $500 billion per year. So this sector could be the main agent to promote resilience for the good and for different realities. And then finally, we arrive in COP30. You may be familiar with this structure. We have all the parts of political will with the leader summit, and then negotiations, and then all this social mobilization called multirão. And then we have here the Global Action Agenda. That's a voluntary commitment. We have more in the climate change. You can see every presidency has much autonomy to propose an action agenda in coordination with the Marrakesh partnership. And this year, instead of having new declarations and statements, we decided to work in another way and bring international initiatives that already had something to say and to show, to give stage to initiatives. So here you can see we made now more than 5,000 actors engaged. So the Marrakesh partnership and the action agenda is a way to organize so many initiatives and look for synergies and trying to have this driving force towards implementation. And we have our global action at COP30 that's already online, that it has been divided into 5 main axes, and fisheries and aquaculture has been somewhere between axis 2, that's axis with an approach in conservation, and another approach on sustainable use, that's transforming agriculture and food systems. So in this big table here, you can see we have been working on number 7, that's efforts to preserve and restore oceans and coastal ecosystems. And at the same time, in number 9, it's more resilient, adaptive, and sustainable food systems. So this is the page today. More than 800 international initiatives engaged, and we are presenting during these 2 weeks 100 plans to accelerate solutions, and you're very glad to say that with our partners, I should mention the FAO Blue Transformation, the UNCTAD, United Nations Global Seaweeds Initiative, the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition, led by Iceland, that's with us today, also the Aquatic Food and Ocean Breakthrough within the Marrakesh Partnership, plus the CGR Climate Action Science Program via Rollfish, that's our partner. We could build not 1 but 2 plans to accelerate solutions. So it's a great achievement because out of 100 plans, we have 2 of them, and the idea is to have a continuation. Why? Because they have been many partners engaged in this process. Now we have this long list of other initiatives that want to promote this agenda. And we have the benefit of having a super powerful partner as FAO that has been working this topic for almost 20 years. So we had something to tell. And we have also this blue transformation that is very focused on sustainable use. And then you're right here with this very new initiative dragged by the UNCTAD, that's the United Nations Global Seaweed Initiative, that's working in 2 sectors, sustainable use and preservation. And here you have like amazing solutions. You can have offshore seaweed production absorbing more carbon that other like monoculture plantations or even in forestry. And you have these multiple uses of algae for packaging, biodegradable film, and fertilizer, and biostimulants, and food supplementation, and bioremediation, decontamination. And in a very particular way now, we have to consider bioplastic, possibly now in a small project that you can escalate and maybe use this bioplastic in fisheries and aquaculture to try to contribute to diminish the pollution by plastic in the oceans. Well, we have big brothers who have the ocean breakthrough, the aquatic food breakthrough, the mangrove breakthrough, and next year we're launching the seaweed breakthrough, and someone was yesterday announcing the plankton breakthrough. So there's a lot of energy and you have to engage. So now we're going to have this website. You can see here transforming agriculture and food systems, where we have been invited to put our solutions in the granary of solutions. And you're going to have 2 topics, multiple benefits of algae aquaculture and aquatic food system as climate solutions. And said that the invitation for this process with our partners were to reflect which solutions we have, what you can show in a catalog, and try to engage and show that we deserve to be in the action agenda. And this was the invitation. We have big solutions, small solutions, but I know that all of you here know great forms of contributing to the climate goals. So having initiated with this long explanation, I'm so sorry. I'd like to form our panel, by inviting Miss Gudrun Throstenstodir. Please join us. She's an advisor on climate and energy in development cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in our partner Iceland. Please take a seat. Mr. Pio Manoa, Deputy Director General Forum for Fisheries Agency for the Pacific Islands. You are very welcome. I'd like to call Mr. Gabriel Muswali from the Program and Strategy Advisor, Eastern Africa Platform for Non-State Actors in Fisheries and Aquaculture, and Ms. Nidhi Naga Batla. So sorry for my pronunciation, but we have a very international panel. It's for a good reason. She is the Senior Official Program Lead for Natural Climate and Health from the United Nations University, and she is located, I think, in Brussels, in Belgium. So it's it's a pleasure to have you here. So I'd like to invite Gudrun to share with us how we are in the action agenda and now what? How can we work together?
Thank you. And thank you, Eduardo, for inviting me to be here today. First, what I'd like to say is that in Iceland, sustainable use of natural resources is, in any field, fishing, tourism, energy production, is fundamental to our way of life. And this sort of domestic experience translates into our into the international space, and that's what I'd like to highlight today. Because Iceland is the chair of the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition, like you mentioned, which is a multi-stakeholder group founded in 2021, launched in 2022, that brings together member countries, researchers, and advocates to elevate blue foods in climate, ocean, and food system dialogues. The key objectives of the coalition are threefold. First, to raise the profile of aquatic foods. And with this aim in mind, the coalition engages with high-level decision makers at all levels, national, regional, international, to advocate for the recognition and integration of the potential of blue foods. The second objective is to mobilize support. So the coalition partners connect and work with stakeholders to mobilize investment, technological capacity, and partnerships for any countries or group of countries looking to integrate aquatic foods into their food system policy. The third objective of the coalition is to drive knowledge exchange and place-based action. The coalition works to foster knowledge exchange between members and provide support to catalyze action in key regions and countries by helping them with their blue food needs and possibilities and matching with funding or technical assistance. So these three objectives sort of form the foundation of the coalition's work. But beyond this, I would also like to highlight two key considerations that underscore why this work matters and where our priorities lie in the coalition. The first point is, and this was also previously mentioned by Eduardo, is that blue or aquatic foods represent a critical yet often overlooked part of the climate puzzle. They provide essential nutrition and livelihoods, and also relatively low emission protein, with the potential to support both climate resilience and biodiversity. And when sustainably managed, blue or aquatic food species offer especially climate-smart solutions, with greenhouse gas emissions lower than terrestrial proteins, including chicken, like you also demonstrated here, and minimal demands on freshwater and land resources. Secondly, despite the vital value of aquatic blue foods, they really remain underrepresented in major global food and climate dialogues. And this must change, and the importance of aquatic blue food must be recognized at the highest level of climate policy. Just so to sum up, the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition is working to ensure that blue foods are no longer overlooked in global food and climate strategies, And by raising their profile, mobilizing support, and driving knowledge exchange, we aim to unlock their full potential for nutrition, livelihoods, and climate resilience. And we're, of course, very proud to chair this coalition and work along partners who share this vision. Thank you.
I thank you so much, Gudrun. Well, Iceland has been a great partner. We are in our learning curve, so it's amazing to know that you can have all these multiple realities. Well, it's a pleasure. Gudrun told me that she should maybe leave a little bit earlier, so just in case, feel free. Just been great to hear from you. Lovely. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Pio Manoa. We're expecting maybe what's the relevance of oceans and in particular fisheries coming from a reality in the Pacific where this sector is so central, you know, for the economy and for livelihoods and also for food security.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Eduardo, and on behalf of the agency that I represent, I thank you and the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture of the Government of Brazil for the invitation extended to the agency to participate. Some of you may ask what it's like in the Pacific. In the Pacific, we are surrounded by the largest ocean in the world, the Pacific Ocean. And we don't have much land. So most of our communities and our governments rely on the ocean and in particular our fisheries resources for sustenance, for national revenue. So there's a significant dependence on our oceans. So the inclusion of oceans and fisheries and aquaculture within the climate change agenda is absolutely critical from our side. We don't have much land, as I mentioned, so all we have to rely on is our fisheries resources. So let me give you a bit of context. The Pacific Ocean, the governments that I represent are 17 member governments. The majority are small island developing states. So 15 of our membership are small island developing states. And so there's a significant reliance on oceans. In fact, for some of our countries, up to 70% of GDP comes from revenue from licensing of foreign vessels, or licensing of fishing vessels. Significant reliance. And of the communities that we have, about 50% indicate that fisheries is a secondary or primary source of income for the family. And so when you think about livelihoods and the protein source of fisheries, it's significant. So the importance of having resilient and sustainable fisheries in the long run is essential from our side. The agency that I represent focuses on pelagic fisheries. So we're talking about the ocean-going fish. And one thing that is clear from the science is that when ocean temperatures increase, as they are doing, the fish is moving out of our zones. They're moving out of our zones, traveling eastwards onto the high seas and to the eastern Pacific. This is the reality that we face. And the scientists say that we're looking at least a 20% drop in our biomass of our key species of tuna that our countries rely on. A 20% drop in biomass means a corresponding significant drop in national revenue and also affects the livelihoods of our people, as mentioned earlier. So what we're doing is we're looking at all the international bodies that we would need to focus on. So we are working within regional fisheries management organizations to manage the fisheries better throughout their range. We're also increasing this UNFCCC framework to try and see how best the vulnerabilities and the special requirements or special circumstances that we have. And it's important that the international community takes this into account when it is discussing and talking about fisheries and how climate change is affecting fisheries. We feel it already. This is not a talking, we need action. We need less talk, more action to address the issues that are at hand for our membership. So if I were to summarize everything, boil it down to 4 simple points, this is what I will point it down to. The increasing temperatures is not helping us. We need 1.5 to stay alive. We need to go back into the targets that are set out in the Paris Agreement. 1.5 is important for our survival and also to ensure the livelihoods of our people. The second is we need to put in place accessible and strong climate financing to support the management and governance of our fisheries. We have the healthiest tuna fisheries in the world. In fact, compared to other regions in the world, when you look at the science and the biological status of stocks, we have the healthiest stocks. That doesn't mean we are complacent. We'll need to continually make sure that we up our game when it comes to fisheries management to ensure that the stocks are sustainable. In fact, over half of the world's tuna supplies come from our region. So what we're doing is we're actually managing the stocks, the tuna stocks, for the rest of the world. And so it's important that the costs of managing the fisheries is provided for and supplemented by the international community. But I mentioned first, accessibility to strong climate finance is important. Over the years, we found that there's very little support provided to our small countries when it comes to strengthening fisheries management and governance. That's the second point, accessible and strong climate finance. The third aspect that I would like to highlight, as I mentioned earlier, is the need to recognize and support practically the special circumstances of developing states, in particular SIDS in our region. As I mentioned earlier, we have a large area of ocean that we're looking after. That's no small area. And so the costs that are borne by all of our small countries working together is significant. The final point that I would like to share here is, I mentioned that the fish are moving out of our zones thanks to climate change. We need measures within the UNFCCC context to address the movement of fish and the impacts to our governments and our people. With that, I thank you.
Well, I thank you so much, Mr. Pio Manoa. Let me share you a little secret. You know, the sector in Brazil, fisheries and agriculture, is very small with all this big agribusiness. But that was a strong argument. For many countries, this is the main agricultural sector, generally speaking. In particular, the seeds. So that was the sensibility of our the President, Correia do Lago, to say, no, this topic has to be on the agenda because it's important for many countries. Maybe you don't realize here in Brazil comparing to other many sectors. So we're very happy, and maybe next year we can have a continuation, given the due focus to this topic. With this comment, I'd like to invite Wally to talk about another reality in Eastern Africa, to understand how it impacts, how we can work together to keep this topic on the action agenda.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Eduardo, for that. And my brother on my right for highlighting that. I come from an organization called East African Platform for Non-State Actors in Fisheries and Aquaculture. In short, or you could abbreviate that as EARFISH, the ear of the fish. Now, I would like to build on the contribution that my colleague has just made and the very rich background that you gave. Our work is about advocacy. Advocacy that is aimed at raising the profile of small-scale fisheries and aquaculture in Africa. And that is very important because, as it were, you have actually given me some slides there for my presentation. Small-scale fisheries and aquaculture, because they contribute to a significant number of SDGs. SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, in a way, SDG 5, and quite a number of SDGs. It's an important agenda. But from what we are doing, there is a kind of an irony to this. Recently, we have been carrying out some work on just trying to understand the number of states in Africa that have already submitted their NAPs, National Adaptation Plans, to UNFCCC. Just to try and understand, did they prioritize adaptation interventions for small-scale fisheries and aquaculture? That would be expected. That if indeed, as Africa, and I will speak as a representative of an African agenda, we really care a lot about small-scale fisheries and aquaculture because of its contribution to all these particular SDGs, then in our planning, we should always remember to prioritize adaptation interventions for small-scale fisheries and aquaculture. Interestingly, some of the states did not prioritize that. But we all know that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Or rather, if you did not mainstream the adaptation plan interventions for small-scale fisheries and aquaculture, how do you intend to resource that? How do you intend to plan that? That's an agenda. That's tricky. Okay? So while we talk about financing for climate action on small-scale fisheries, we should also talk about, go through some kind of introspection. What are we doing? If the minimum that we can do is about prioritizing that in the plan, why are we not doing that? Okay? So you realize that we are having a challenge of what we talk about and what we prioritize. And if indeed, as I have indicated, our work is recognized by virtue of the contribution that it's making to all these SDGs, then even when it comes to prioritization in the national adaptation plans, that should feature very prominently. And for those of us who are working in the sector of adaptation agenda for small-scale fisheries, the picture is rather bleak. Because if you look at the trend, the financing trend, even at the global level, you'll realize that adaptation financing generally is lower than mitigation financing. Okay? 2, adaptation financing for aquatic food systems is much lower than what is expected, even up to the year 2030. Okay? Now, for those of us who have interacted with the fisheries, with the health sector in Africa, there is something called DRM, Domestic Resource Mobilization, for health agenda in Africa. But then as we were doing this work, we were asking ourselves, if Africa is already thinking about domestic resource mobilization for health, and Africa also attaches very high premium to aquatic food systems, then why don't you also start thinking about resourcing aquatic systems within the framework of domestic resource mobilization? So that as we talk about multilaterals and bilaterals supporting aquatic food systems for adaptation, we are also having a very significant portfolio from within to support that as a demonstration of commitment to this particular agenda. So these are some of the emerging issues that we have to start addressing ourselves to. And there are some studies that we also did sometime last week, where we actually, last year, where actually it came out that even in some counties in some countries, you'd realize that even a county or a region that was predominantly involved in fishing activities had probably the lowest allocation, financial allocation to fisheries agenda. So I think there is need for us to start changing the narrative. And so our work is about ensuring that governments are held to account because, as Eduardo said, the commitments that we are talking about here are voluntary. They are not compulsory, they are voluntary. And that requires increased resource mobilization. Lastly, I would like to thank FAO for giving us support to participate in these forums to bring up this particular agenda so that it forms a critical agenda that's going to be addressed in the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. It's a pleasure. I'm happy to know that you feel represented and you perceive value in this effort to give visibility to our fishing communities. I think our main challenge in this process has been to fight against invisibility. In our country, we have 2 million we call artisanal fishers because they are super dependent. And as you can imagine, we have all this big forest here, 27 million people plus the populations in the ocean. As they are so spread out, it's easy to be invisible. So now it's an opportunity and to create solutions. So I'm very happy to hear. And now would you like to hear from Dr. Naga Bhatla? From a scientific point of view, would you like to hear from you? We are in the action agenda. We are invited to try to work in coordination and collaborate. And how can we advance in that?
Thank you, Eduardo. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to have the United Nations University Agency as a participant and contributor to this event, along with the member state and the regional voices. I would like to maybe first start with with us focusing back on the SDGs and many other multilateral environmental agreements that the parties and the member states have signed to and have shown commitment both in terms of financial, technical, and human resources to report, monitor, and achieve. If you look at this nice wall in front of us, we can see that most of the SDGs cannot be achieved if we don't have our small-scale communities, whether in fisheries or agriculture, practicing any other livelihood or income-based activities in coastal and marine environments as a part of it, directly alluding to the SDG 14, but indirectly to all the other SDGs. So starting with the SDG, since we are sitting in the pavilion. In my context as a scientist and also a program lead for climate change and health, we look at intersectionality, interconnectedness, and interactions between and across sectors, but also between and across regions in terms of best practices, sharing innovations, so we don't waste money and resources in reinventing the wheel. If we have partnerships as SDG 17 is alluding to, we will be able to have these technology transfer, innovation ecosystems that are being developed in certain countries because they are able to put R&D money, research and development money in the sector to benefit other regions who are still kind of shaping their way towards that sector or scaling that sector, as you said. So some countries are in advanced path of utilizing coastal and marine resources for livelihood, income generation, carbon offsetting, and many other carbon-related commitments or climate change-related agendas. So maybe a kind of a global North and South partnership is very obvious, but between global South and South, because we have common socio-economic complexities and sometimes overlapping socio-cultural complexities. So that's my point number one. My point number two, which I really like to focus on, I'm also representing the seaweed UN coalition here, which we launched in France in the summer of 2025 in the UN Ocean Summit. And I think seaweed sector is a particular sector that now is becoming quite popular and known in the context of the ocean-focused agenda, including SDGs, climate commitments. And I like to take a pause and ask and give you three numbers. And please raise your hand if you feel, what is the market value of seaweed industry? 3, 6, or 9 billion dollars. is $9 billion. We are talking about livelihoods, income, support for small-scale subsistence aquaculture farmers who can be the shareholder of this $9 billion across and we have not yet tapped the carbon market in the context of seaweeds. Another point of exploration through scientific investigation and evidence backing, seaweed is gender friendly. We don't need a lot of equipment. We can easily tell women because of offshore production systems. We don't have to, on the coast production systems. However, climate change is coming as a challenge because as sea temperatures rise, we have to shift the production systems into inshore. And that would make it challenging because then it disturbs the gender balance of adaptation and resilience building in certain communities, including in island states. So this is something that we have to learn from each other on how do we balance the crises that are being presented as an opportunity to innovate and to put solutions into place. Another point that we are investigating as a scientific community, also as a UN agency, is positioning the seaweed and the aquaculture sector as a nature-based solution. And I specifically talk about seaweed production system because of its triple benefit. Scientists have now being conclusively writing its role in carbon mitigation. So we take the mitigation walks, adaptation because of its cost-effective starting cost. It could be a socialpreneurship or social entrepreneurship for small-scale communities. The third is resilience building because it tends to be a sector that talks about inclusive participation. And gender is something that is not yet talked about openly or clearly in the context of aquaculture and other coastal production systems. So I would really request all our stakeholders in the room to take all the decisions into account that are gender sensitive and gender inclusive. Equity, justice, and inclusion is something we cannot leave behind. We have to align and allude to the slogan of leaving no one behind, especially women who have been playing a very active role in the aquaculture value chain, but have not been given enough recognition. So that's my fourth point, and I'll also like to bring your attention to some of the sort of emerging trends in making the sector sustainable. One of the practices in South Korea is creating biodegradable support systems for producing seaweed aquaculture. So initially plastic buoys were used, and then some of the debris will disturb the marine habitat or coastal biodiversity and ecosystem. So for each and every step of your production system, we need to look at a nuanced eye of where we can make an intervention that would create sustainable value chains across aquaculture systems. And the last point I'd like to make, and is super important, we are yet to understand how to best integrate the insurance for these aquaculture systems, and particularly for the seaweed aquaculture systems. We have seen that Tanzania took a leading role in to becoming the African leader for seaweed production systems. However, due to lack of biosecurity regulations, how do you manage a disease outbreak? How do you manage an insurance backup in case of a storm or some kind of a coastal storm that may disturb or totally damage the farms? Because farmers, small-scale farmers, can't start this again and again. We need to give them a financial insurance-backed system to stand up again. And I think these are the couple of the points where we have advanced science, we have advanced public-private partnerships to play that role, to fill the gaps, to address the needs. And I'll pause here, happy to answer any further questions related to this.
I thank Nidhi for these amazing statements, just very enriching, full of information. I permit myself to make two comments first. It's about it's aquatic food system. It starts from the beginning, the extraction and the preparation to the last moment in this value chain, and also highlighting this, it has to be a human-centered agenda, because really in the end of the day you are talking about a lot of people and in the real people. That's not something in distance. But when you have a production and it's destroyed and you have to start again, when you have a small producer in an island, that's his life or her life. It's not something far away. So I'm very happy to hear. We have a few minutes. I'd like to share with you a nice piece of information. You know that every year the General Assembly debates a resolution on sustainable fisheries. And yesterday we concluded negotiations highlighting the inclusion of fisheries and aquaculture into the action agenda of the 30th Conference of the Parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Changes held in Belém, recognizing its role in highlighting the contribution of fisheries and aquaculture to more resilient, adaptive, and sustainable food system. So it has been accepted by all countries, so we are happy to share this information with you. We have maybe a very few minutes in case someone has some comment or any question. I would have many of them, but I'm going to let them to earlier. Otherwise, we could form for a family picture, so we can have this register for this moment and to say that it has been a pleasure and very enriching hearing from all you all. Thank you very much.
You don't have 14, eh?
Should we take them?
I'll take 16. I don't know if this one is. Why not?
So I take it.
I take. I'll just take this one. Industry, innovation.
Natalie, thank you.
All the best to you. All the best. All the best. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, this works.
Better. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name's Ruth Oviedo Hollins, and I am the NDC Equity Tracker lead at Care About Climate. And I'm very excited to be here today to speak to you on gender, since it's a big year for gender at this COP. And so we are, more than ready to talk about gender action plans, how gender should be an important and impactful agenda item, and of course, to discuss kind of where it ties with the SDGs, especially SDG 5, right, for gender equality. Before I get started with our amazing panelists, I kind of want to have a little bit of an icebreaker question, just because we are a pretty small team here and we're all women, which I adore. And so I would just really love to hear a little bit from you if you're interested. So one question I have actually is, do you know what NDCs are? Nationally determined contributions. A little bit, yes. I see a lot of yeses, some maybes. Okay, that's great. So just a little bit of background. So nationally determined contributions are essentially climate commitments that countries make that are supposed to fit within the target of the 1.5 degrees Celsius target based on the Paris Agreement. And so these NDCs, besides this target and then including mitigation adaptation strategies for said countries, also have the responsibility to ensure that they are including people like civil society, children, all the different communities that are impacted by climate change. And in this case, SDG 5, gender equality, should be one of those themes, one of those areas that are analyzed for NDC, because we really need to make sure that we are including everyone in this space, everyone in the conversation. And so one of the questions I have for you today is, now that you know this, a little bit more about the NDCs, do you think that your country is doing well in incorporating gender topics? Just yes if you think yes, and no, don't raise your hand. Okay, well, there you go. There's a big gap. Nobody raised their hand. I can tell you, as someone from the United States, I know, big elephant in the room of all this COP, we are definitely in the no category. And we have colleagues from Spain and from Colombia, and they're gonna share with us a little bit about that as well, and their experiences in their countries and based on the work that they do. So it definitely is something that we need to make sure that we're considering, especially at this COP too, because not only is gender on the agenda, but we're also seeing countries negotiate the global stock take and the different considerations between dialogues and how NDCs are impacted. And so kind of just to tie all of this together, I'll go ahead and get started. We are waiting on one speaker, but while she gets here, I'll go ahead and introduce our amazing panelists. So here we have Paula Rincon Muniz, and she's also from Care About Climate. She's a gender and climate advocate from Spain. And we have here Valeria Palaez Cardona from WECF, which is the Women Engaged for a Common Future. And she's the coordinator of the Gender and Climate Defense Program. So very busy women. And we definitely have quite a bit to talk about. I'll go ahead and introduce Isis Riquelme, who is on her way here, and she's a Chilean activist and environmental educator from an organization called Tremendas. So yeah, let's get started. I'm gonna have a seat, and it is very warm, so I'm sorry if I'm fanning myself during this session. Okay, so just a couple of questions for both of you, and you can choose to answer, either of you can take the lead here. So the first question is, in what ways are NDCs missing the mark on gender equality? And why do you think we're still seeing gender topics as optional in these climate commitments? And I feel like everyone here in the room has had some kind of history in noticing that gender isn't always a priority, right? So let's talk about that.
Thank you so much. So I think in terms of NDCs missing the mark on gender, there's still a lot to be done in terms of capacity building, community engagement, providing more funding, and even data collection are essential sectors where we could be potentially improving. Something that we wanted to share from our work at Care About Climate through our NDC Equity Tracker is that we've seen that despite the fact that 70% of NDCs mention women or gender, only half show that women are actively involved as shapers and leaders in the climate space, which is something that we find concerning because just mentioning women does not mean that you're recognizing the work that women are doing. So we want to see more of that agency reflected in NDCs. Another thing that we think is something that is really missing the mark is the fact that only one of all of the NDCs that we've analyzed, which is the Canadian NDC, mentions the LGBTQ plus community. All of the other NDCs don't even mention the queer community, which is something that we also really want to see improvement on. And apart from that, we would like to say that we think that fixing our climate starts with fixing who can shape the outcomes, the climate outcomes. And until women, girls, and youth in general are included in these spaces and are giving a voice in these spaces, it will be really difficult to actually see equitable outcomes and to see gender as a priority. Because if you've noticed, every year there's this picture of the world leaders posted on the first day of COP, and it's always like 70 men and 6 women or something like that. So obviously for these people, gender is going to be optional. It will always be optional probably, and until we see more women in the picture, it will be very difficult to change the terms of the conversation. So yeah.
I would say that it's together with what Paula said. I think it's a lack of representation. So of course, like if you don't have like in the technical teams that are like formulating public policies or formulating the NDCs inside the governments are women, it's going to be difficult to have like real indicators. So far what we have found in the NDCs is just like a merely mention, like very rhetorical or discourse way to mention gender and women. And I think it's missing a lot of indicators that actually are disaggregated, indicators that are like planning or like including different activities, intersectional activities that can include not only like women overall, like just like a category, but also like thinking, okay, for instance, Colombia, if we have like programs or activities that are going to address rural women, also if we are going to address women, indigenous women. So it's like also like different categories that we need to like think about, and it's just not like with the merely mention of women or gender. So also it's like the climate budgeting. We also need to think about like when we are talking about NDCs means that the countries need finance for this. And if when they are like planning the NDCs, they need also to reserve money for like the implementation of gender activities, for the gender mainstreaming of the activities. Again, we don't earn anything or we don't gain anything if we just have like a text that mentions gender or women 10 times, but then it's not something that we can implement or it's something that is not actionable. Also, it's like we found a lot of rhetoric about like women empowerment or like commitment to capacity building for women, but that's not like what we are asking for. Like I think it's 2025, that's like a really outdated discourse, and we need like to go further. Like we need to like see like real actions or real indicators, for instance, like how women are going to be included in the just energy transition sector, how women are going to be included in like the energy sector, in like the phase out of fossil fuels, because most of the NDCs also mention, when we saw where they mention women and gender, is in the adaptation part. And yeah, adaptation is super important. Agriculture is important, like water management and storage is important. Disasters is really important, especially for women. But also mitigation, but why they don't speak a lot about women and gender in mitigation sectors or in the mitigation area? Because most of the mitigation activities are related with hard industries, means like science, technology, engineering. And women, we have like a huge gap, like a huge gender gap there. So it's also, we need to ask for that. Like developing countries, of course, they don't need to push so much for mitigation, but even if they are going to include mitigation activities, they need to include also women there, because this approach that the indicators only need to be in the adaptation part, again, is important, but it's like, it's continue with the narrative that we are like victims of climate change, that we are vulnerable, and that we are hoping or waiting that someone else can save us and rescue us. And it's not like that. We can also be part of the change, and we are agents of change. So that's something that is like lacking in all the NDCs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hola, Isis. Hi.
Hola.
So the first question was about in what ways are NDCs missing the mark on gender equality? And also, why do you think we're seeing this still after years since Paris Agreement and the introduction of NDCs?
So, in the case of Chile, I am part of Chile, the sector and plans, the gender is in the mitigation and adaptation, and sectorally, water, energy, agriculture, biodiversity, and others. And the implementation is very, very important. So the woman in Chile is more affected to climate crisis for forest fires, inundations. So adaptation is the more implementation specifically.
Thank you so much. And yeah, it seems like there's definitely some gaps that we need to be addressing, and it needs to be at a higher level, because I feel like everyone in this session understands that, but for some reason we're still kind of seeing a little bit of like maybe ignoring those kinds of details or leaving like a gender behind in these conversations. So I guess moving beyond inclusion in developing NDCs, like what activities should be included in NDCs to better reflect the lived experiences of women, girls, and the queer community? And can you share with us some examples, either something that you've seen in your work or something that you see in your own country?
Yeah, sure. So there are many, many ways that could exponentially increase the representation and the inclusion of women and gender diverse peoples in NDCs. And I'm sure that there are many that are yet to be created, but many solutions are being left off the table because of the inaccurate and inadequate representation that we currently have. Some activities that I could think of would be community consultations that go beyond tokenization, so that actually include women and listen to women and gender diverse peoples. And apart from that, we could have more climate educational programs that bridge the gender gap and tackle gender inequalities and include gender as part of climate action. And on another note, there's direct finance that should get to the communities and get to the women that are already leading climate action projects. And finally, I would say that it would be really beneficial to create accountability channels, like, for example, surveys or public consultations that are done after the people have been impacted by the policies that have been implemented through that NDC. Because in that way, we can see whether NDCs are actually being useful to communities and whether they are doing its job, basically. And at the same time, whether they are helping reduce these inequalities. And so I think that apart from that, it's super important to have more communication with civil society from the side of governments. I think that it has been researched that most of the people are worried about climate change, but I would say that most people don't know what an NDC is in their country. So if we close that communication gap and we were able to actually tell people what NDCs are and what they are doing, it's very likely that they would get more involved in the process and would try to also have more initiatives themselves to tackle climate change. And in terms of examples, there's the Canadian NDC, which, for example, has talked to several indigenous communities in order to craft their NDC 3.0. So we think that this is very positive because they are not only talking to civil society, but they are tackling specific groups that are particularly affected by climate change. And on another example is the Dominican Republic, which has created a climate change and gender action plan in order to have a roadmap to see how they can better integrate gender and climate action and mainstream gender in their climate plans.
Thank you, Paula. Valeria, do you have any?
Yeah, I would say that first of all, yeah, like the consultations, of course, is like the main source to have like really inclusive NDCs. But the problem also is like most of the countries have like this excuse that is valid and it's true, and is that they don't have enough funding to do consultations. Same, I haven't worked with the Colombian government, I work for an NGO, but I know that Colombia is a big country and has like a lot of issues to access rural communities. We have a lot of issues for transport and like highways and all of this, and I know that is like the same for a lot of different global south countries. And the problem for the government is the same, like how we reach like the frontline communities that are so far away, because that means also resources, and we don't have the funding and we don't have finance for that. And also because they are not going to search for NDCs because first they don't know what it is, but also like maybe they don't have access to internet to check what are the NDCs. So that's also why it's really important climate finance, because most of the countries don't even have like the real tools or all the tools that they need to implement or even to create like really robust and ambitious NDCs. So that's the first thing. And the second one is like gender disaggregated data. If we don't have gender disaggregated data and evidence of real solutions or how we can address climate crisis, it's also difficult that the NDCs are going to be inclusive and are going to be like transformative, speaking about gender. So I don't have an example of a country that is doing like a really good like gender disaggregated data collection. I am not aware about that, but what I can speak about is like I know for sure that there are like a lot of different initiatives from the ground that are like locally led, that are community led, that are like just waiting that the countries are supporting more them. Like that's what we are like in the program that I coordinate is basically that. It's like the Gender Just Climate Solutions. What they do is like it's different communities, different women that have like small grassroots organizations and solutions that come to these spaces and try to reach like their countries and say like, hey, we have maybe a solution that can be scalable at national level and not just at local level. So it's also to ask and do like a lot of advocacy to pay attention what is happening like in the communities, that they are already doing a lot of great initiatives and they're just waiting to like be funded and be like supported.
That's great, and I really appreciate what you said about technology, because with the surge of AI, that gender disaggregated data is going to be so important, and we also don't want to be complicit to creating like a digital divide, since there's already like a big connection between like that technology and the way women are misrepresented in data. So that's excellent. Isis, do you have any recommendations?
In Chile is created for NDC roadmap. So in the 2035, the focus is reduction inequalities in their gender action in Chile, identify what is the problem and what area, and the 2050 is solution for this. So, in example, the more affected is the natural resource of water, so the gestion, and what climate education in the schools and IPCC in Chile. So the committee in climate action is equilibrated. So 20% is men and 20% is women. This.
That's great. Yeah, and education is always going to be like such an important component of all of this. So I definitely love that highlight. How can integrating gender justice into climate action help steer us towards getting SDG 5 on track? Like, what could we be doing? Yeah, and like, what role does gender justice have in that? You can speak about each of your countries or in your lived experiences.
Okay, thank you. So I think that climate change and the exacerbation of gender inequality, go hand in hand. So tackling both of them in isolation would not make any sense and would also not help us achieve the outcomes that we want and would not help us achieve gender equality overall or climate justice. And I think that something very important to do when trying to integrate gender is recognizing that women are already doing the work, women already have the knowledge, women are protecting the land, they are doing scientific research, they also are stewards of knowledge, and they are leading climate initiatives. So it's super important to try to recognize that women are already there and are already leading the work, and what we sometimes need is funding or visibility and just being recognized as such. So since our contributions are invaluable, and it has been proved that our presence in decision-making spaces actually helps achieve more equitable, sustainable, and peaceful outcomes, we know that we deserve a place in these spaces, and we should continue fighting to get it. And I think that, as I mentioned before, a specific area where there's a lot of improvement is in recognizing the queer community's rights. So the queer community has a lot of its rights endangered, and not being recognized as agents of change in climate action is just another way of vulnerabilization that they have. And it's really important to work towards recognizing this community also as a very important part of the climate movement. And apart from that, gender action plans in different countries, like I mentioned before, in the Dominican Republic, are blueprints to secure a plan for women to actually get that space, get that recognition, and get that equality that we deserve. So it's really important to have gender action plans in different countries, because in this way we can also help change social attitudes and change the cultural perceptions that women do not belong in these spaces. And through this we can change people's minds, and we can help secure a spot in these decision-making tables. So that would be everything from my end.
Thank you, Paola.
I will speak more like in a technical way about like planning or public policy planning and making, and it's like everything needs to be integrated. That means like if you have like an NDC, it should, or like the original idea is that they should be connected like with the development plans of a country, but also like with the gender action plan. So it's like, but then when you hear about like the feedback of countries like trying to renovate like NDCs, like some of them says we don't have capacities to start like continuing renewing like an NDC that is always asking for more ambition. We don't have like the real, like not even the knowledge, but not even like even the capacities and like the technical teams in the governments to draft like an ambitious NDC. And here we also need to think about like sometimes this dynamic is also like very imposed. But when we think about, like when we see the data, who is renewing the NDCs, even developed countries are not renewing the NDCs. So what is happening there? Because it's like the developing countries are saying we are lacking capacities, you need to help us, but even the developed countries that have all the capacities and all the tools and all the information are not renewing the NDCs. So it's also like a crisis of volunteer, or like political volunteer, and it's like that's a way also of climate justice. If like the most responsible countries that are contributing to this climate crisis are not like pushing, are not giving example of how are leading this initiative to submit new NDCs that are like transformative, that are responsive with gender, it's going to be even harder for developing countries. So I think it's like also like that's a way of climate justice that is related with gender justice. And yeah, as I say again, and I think here we have an opportunity. Yeah, most of the countries have not renewed the NDCs, but hopefully this COP is going to bring like a new gender action plan. So there is an opportunity for the countries that haven't submitted the new NDCs to try to link the NDCs with the gender action plan, because that's another way that is going to be easier, when it's not easy, but easier to link and to implement the gender action plan.
Thank you so much. Isis?
So my reflection is for today. In the Lima Roundtable and the Gender Action Plan discussion, plan cannot be defended by third parties. This space are born from struggle and stories and our voice. Having others speak for us, no matter now, ally, the maybe is a subtle form of apolitical dispositions. We know what it means to confront the climate crisis from the intersection of gender, territory, or inequalities. The Lima Roundtable represents a milestone in the recognition that climate justice is not possible with gender justice. But this recognition must translate into action, and this action must be led by diverse women, indigenous, Afro-descendant, rural, urban, young, and adult. Defending the Gender Action Plan means demanding funding, genuine mainstreaming in climate negotiation, and accountability mechanism that includes our voice from design to implementation. We don't just have the right to be on the table, we build the table. And that's why no one else should speak on yourself.
Thank you, Isis. I kind of wanted to, I've been thinking the different answers that y'all have provided, like I really appreciate the intersectionality of the different topics, like the different sectors that are impacting, you know, NDCs and like are deterring SDG 5. And so I think it's really valuable to think about how it's not just like, it's just not something that is from civil society. Like the pressure needs to come also from politicians and from folks here that are at these big events. There's a lot of wonderful people who can access these spaces that are also trying to make sure that we are advancing on SDG 5. So keeping that in mind, what would be your call to action about this in such a critical time to be bridging gaps and creating sustainable futures for women, girls, and gender diverse persons? Paula, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. So I really like the point on political will. I think that something that I would like to highlight today is that we all can help pressure our governments so that the actions that we want to see them take are actually taken. And there are many examples of civil society being successful in this, in kind of like pushing for that political will that we want. And I think gender equality is one of those examples where we need to push from our side in order to get the outcomes that we want. And on another note, I would like to have a call to action related to investing on women and girls. I think that we should be investing in what we care about, and if we really care about SDG 5 and gender equality, we should be investing in the futures of women and girls worldwide. In particular in, for example, education programs, so that women can go to school and don't have to leave school for other reasons or because they have to work at home. And I believe that this should be at the forefront of our agenda, trying for governments to have more investment and more funding opportunities for youth, young women and girls. And yeah, that would be all my end.
I would say that my call will be like invest in real solutions, invest in local community-driven solutions, hear them, pay attention to them, search for them because they are there, they already exist, and they are just like, even like asking for more attention, even asking like to be heard, but it's just that they don't care or they don't want, or they want just to give it to like big enterprises, big corporations, and that's like my call for action. Like maybe sometimes the solutions we can find them in like very small, very community models that are waiting just to be scaled up.
But yes, one, I need the funding and opportunities to local communities, so it's very, very necessary. And two, for me, it means that the young people, especially Latin American and women, can be create policies, have a binding voice in decisions that affect our present and future, and that our proposal and her integrate and respect. It's not about veto power, but about intergenerational co-responsibility. Mindfuls that implicate access to information, prior training, resource to participate, and safe space to express ourselves without adult centuries in institutionally colonialism.
Thank you so much, Isis. And thank you all for your wonderful calls of action. There's still so much work to do, and I'm very hopeful that the negotiations will give us something that's actually productive and beneficial to move SDG 5 forward. With that, I would love to open the floor to questions. I know we only scratched the surface of this, and there's still a lot to be done. Even the NDC synthesis report tells us that, wow, we are starting to see more and more gender inclusion in NDCs. The matter of impact is still underwhelming. What that impact looks like, it depends on the different country, right? Different countries have different needs. So yeah, I'd love to give the floor to anyone who has any questions for any of our panelists. Okay, do we see one?
Hi, thank you for your reflections. It was a really interesting panel. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Yeah, is that better? Okay, cool. My question was about sort of at this COP, in terms of NDCs, but also in terms of adaptation, we're starting to see discussions move to indicators. Obviously, we're in the SDG Pavilion. Is there anything you would like to see coming out of that? Because they're not really talking a lot about gender or focusing on women. In fact, they're very generalized. They do mention disaggregation, but they don't seem to be bringing people like yourselves into the space. So is there anything you'd like to see, or how would you imagine that process working?
Would you like to take the question?
Well, I know that like the Women and Gender constituency has done like a really complex job or work to like create like a proposal, and they submit the proposal to the negotiators in like submission before this COP, but I don't know because I am not part of the working group of adaptation. But I know that they like from the Women and Gender constituency, they collect like different proposals from different women around the world to submit to the negotiators to find like to try to have like a global goal of adaptation that has like indicators that are gender disaggregated or at least like gender responsive. But without being part of that group and not being so like into the details of what is happening in that room, I would say that there is a unique opportunity because they are like drafting the indicators, and I think it's like what I expecting to have is that at least they don't backlash the gender language that we are trying to like to put into the discussion, that at least they don't backlash like the women's rights, and to understand that we have like a differentiated impact that needs to be reflected in this global goal of adaptation.
Thank you, Valeria. Do you want something to say, Paula?
Yeah, I would just like to add that I think it's interesting that you brought up the fact about these discussions being a bit broad, because what we've been noticing is that most of the fights related to gender equality end up being about language. So the broader they can keep it, the better for the countries that are not very gender progressive or very gender inclusive. So if they just say women or women equality or something like that, it's better for them than to say like this specific and this specific group and gender diverse peoples and intersectionality. Like they don't want that. So I think that's a big part why you've probably seen the discussions get more and more broader. And I think it's also something, I'm not following adaptation in particular, but we're seeing similar things in the just transition rooms and even in the gender room. For example, in just transition, it's been so hard to actually get the mention of care work like in the text, and we are still fighting for maintaining it because they can scratch it at any point in the end. So it's kind of the same struggle in all the rooms in different ways, but yeah, the main discussion is going to be on the language in the end.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any other questions? No? Okay. Okay, well, with that, we'll end a little bit early. Thank you so much to the three of you for joining, and thank you all for coming and learning a little bit more about NDCs and gender. There's agenda over there. Yeah, but I think it's only one.
Testing, testing. Hi everyone, welcome back to the SDG Pavilion here at COP30 at in Belém, Brazil. My name is Ariel Alexevich and I'm with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs here for an exciting event on preparing cities for climate change. We are right now here in a city right at the edge of the Amazon rainforest, and a new report from UN DESA called the World Urbanization Prospects 2025 is out today, and we have new data about how people are more and more living in cities, and we will have some special guests here to our panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to give you some of the highlights of our report. On this slide, you can see the trends in population by settlement type since 1950. And you can see that the population living in rural areas has stayed more or less constant. Meanwhile, the population living in towns has increased steadily and is projected to continue increasing through 2050. Likewise, the population living in cities has been increasing even more rapidly than the population living in towns, and again is projected to continue increasing all the way up to 2050. In fact, in terms of the proportion living in cities more than doubled since 1950 when it was 20%, whereas nowadays we have 45% of the population living in cities. Not surprisingly, the number of megacities has also increased. These are cities with 10 million or more inhabitants. In 1975, we had only 8 megacities in the world. That number is currently 33 and is projected to further increase to be 37 megacities by 2050. Up here on the slide, you can see the location of the megacities. You can see that a lot of them are in Asia, but you also have megacities in other places, including Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Having said that, you have more people living in smaller cities, actually. In fact, 96% of cities have fewer than 1 million inhabitants, and 81% have fewer than 250,000 inhabitants. And on this slide, you can see the geographical distribution of these smaller cities, and you can see overlap with the megacities, so that tells you that within a country you have quite a diversity of settlement types. In addition to that, you can see that they're spread out across different regions. You have smaller cities in Asia, but also Europe, Africa, and again, the Americas. On this slide, you can see the dominant or most common settlement type by country. And not surprisingly, for most countries, cities are the most common settlement type. Having said that, in 71 countries, towns are in fact the most common settlement types. And this includes the United States, Germany, and India. And over here you can see the geographical distribution of these countries. Again, they include Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Countries in Africa, but also countries in Europe and a few countries in the Americas and Asia. Now, for this report, we have data for the first time on built-up areas, and on this slide, you can see the percentage growth for both built-up areas and population across different time periods and settlement types. You can see that regardless of the settlement type, the pace of built-up area expansion is bigger than the rate of population growth. This discrepancy also tends to increase over time, and it tends to be more pronounced in rural areas followed by towns. And not surprisingly, cities tend to be the most efficient in their land use. So now I want to move on to the discussion portion and answer a very common question that we get, which is I just showed you the finding that rural areas are using land less efficiently, and in fact, this trend is growing, even though rural population is actually declining. What are the implications of this for sustainable development and climate resilience strategies for both rural and urban areas? So that is absolutely correct. And this expansion of built-up areas reduces local food production, it pressures remaining agricultural areas, and it threatens food security. It can also cause environmental issues, including deforestation, habitat fragmentation, and biodiversity loss. Having said that, the agriculture's environmental impact is actually less pervasive than urban expansion, so these environments tend to recover faster. In addition to that, rural areas have more green space and are less prone to overheating. So it's not correct to say that urban areas are necessarily better for the environment. There are trade offs. And you need to use efficient land use strategies so that you can balance development with food security and also preserving ecosystems. And sustainable farming practices can help with that. Cities, by their nature, with their higher density, tend to use land more efficiently, and a lot of them reduce the need for car commutes, which also reduces emissions. So, because of that, city living can support greener lifestyles via public transportation, having walkable neighborhoods, and energy efficient buildings. At the same time, cities face environmental risks like heat waves and flooding, especially near coasts and rivers. So you need to have effective city planning and sustainable infrastructure to reduce emissions and energy use. And to be sustainable, cities should invest in climate resilient measures such as green roofs and better stormwater. So that's it for me. I hope that the rest of the discussion is interesting and productive, and I hope that this short presentation was interesting and informative. You can find a full report on our website. Thank you.
Excellent. I want to thank my colleague Luba Zeifman, Population Affairs Officer at UN DESA, for that overview of what this report is. And thank you everyone for bearing with the technical difficulties with the audio and as we get our cameras better aligned for our panel discussion. Let me just see. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and get started here. We have two excellent panelists right now. I would love to welcome to the stage Chiagoze Uda, an advocacy and policy analyst on climate change with the UN Population Fund, or UNFPA. And we also have Richarles Martins de Silva, president of Brazil's National Commission on Population and Development. He's with the government of Brazil. And welcome, gentlemen, to the stage. Those waters are for you. It is very hot here in the SDG Pavilion, so thank you for bearing with us. So I think, Chiagoze, first of all, that microphone is right next to you, and I think you have to hit the switch at the bottom, move that lever on, and let's see, can you just, there we go. Perfect. So we just heard a lot of data. It says that people more and more are living in urban environments. And also, there are still a lot of people living in rural environments. So looking at them first, actually, the report reveals that rural areas are using land less efficiently than, and this trend is growing, even as sometimes these populations are declining. So what are the implications of this finding for sustainable development in your view? And what can climate resilient strategies do for this?
Thank you very much. And just to thank you for inviting us and to say that I'm here speaking on behalf of my colleagues who are not able to be here today. And thanks for the excellent reports that has been presented. I think we're facing really tremendous challenges in our world today. On the part of urbanization, as you've mentioned, there will be more and more people living in urban areas in the coming years. I think by 2050, we are looking about just on low elevation coastal zones, we are looking at about 1 billion, over 1 billion people, which was about 638 in year 2000. And that is a tremendous amount of people who would be moving in these areas. And as people move from rural areas into urban areas, there's also an increase in risk in specific urban centers, especially slum dwellers who are often omitted in climate policies. You find that they are most at risk, especially to heat waves, to floodings, to how cities are designed, sometimes in a non-inclusive way that excludes their interests and priorities. I think there are many things that we need to do, but also the urgency with which we need to do them. We need to make sure first that climate policies are very inclusive of populations who are often left behind. We need to make sure that the planning is inclusive and is planned with real data. I think one of the work we've been doing with UNFPA has been on using data, especially through the Degree of Urbanization project, to support countries in their climate action, to make sure that policies that countries are making are based on critical data to ensure that it's inclusive, it is evidence-based, but it also profiles targeted solution based on the peculiarities of populations in need. I think this is absolutely important. When policies are being made, especially with the opportunity window that we have now of the NDC 3.0, which has been developed and submitted, but also of the National Adaptation Plan, we must make sure that topics like urbanization are very strongly reflected in this document in a way that is multi-pronged, not just focusing on the mitigation aspect, but also how populations are adapting and how they will become resilient in the future. We just had an event earlier today, and one of the community members from South Sudan was saying to us that we want hospitals that are resilient to floods. Not every year we are losing hospitals because floods are coming we know they are coming. We know we may not predict their scale, but we know they are coming. How do we have infrastructure in cities where people live that are resilient to the shocks of climate? So I think on the planning side, we have a lot of work to do, first in the investment, but also in the inclusivity of the planning to make sure that every population need is catered to and catered for, but also that data, demographic intelligence is a guiding word to support government in these critical responses. And maybe also to mention, we did launch earlier in the week, last week actually, because I've been here now for 2 weeks, a demographic intelligence report that shows how we've mapped in the Latin America and the Caribbean region the different vulnerabilities of populations, what they're vulnerable to, what number, what infrastructure, especially hospitals, emergency hospitals that are vulnerable to heat waves, to earthquakes, to flooding, to help government understand which infrastructures are the lines of hazard and to plan ahead of time when a cyclone is coming, when a flood is coming, to know which populations will be affected and how to proactively respond to them. I think we need to increasingly do this kind of work to be able to support a resilient government response.
Thank you, Chia Goze, for bringing up this connection with hospitals and healthcare, just showing again how all of the sustainable development goals are connected with this climate situation. So, Richarles, coming to you from the perspective of what you're seeing in Brazil, how does this new shift a little bit in urbanization people are living in cities more than the rural areas. What does this mean for the cities of Brazil and the rural areas of Brazil in terms of sustainable development?
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's very important to point that a key message of the report is that we are living more in the city. I think that it's very, very important. Now we are living more in the city, and the reports show it for us. Another thing that to me it's important to talk here in this moment, at that is interested to analyze the quality of the life in the city. It's interesting to read the report because we are living more in the city, but the quality of our life in the city is not so good. And another thing that's very, very important, it's crucial point, is the relationship with the urban space occupation. We are concentrating in certain and some cities. The report show for us that we are living in some cities, the reality of Brazil, São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro. The time, it's interesting because a key message is the urgency of rethinking the life in the city and the urbanization. I think that is very, very important to understand about the new agenda of urbanization of the city. In Brazil, we have a law of the cities, and we have many laws about the participation, the civil society participations in the city. And I think that the experience about the more participation, the engagement of the people in the terms of the urbanization is crucial for another possibility of we have another discussion about this theme.
Excellent, thank you very much. So the report also talked about this, yes, we have cities in Indonesia and in Asia especially that are our huge mega cities of the world, but also the report shows that most urban residents are in small and medium-sized cities. So Chiagoze, what kinds of investments in infrastructure, particularly for these small and medium-sized cities, would be, I think, the most beneficial and inclusive of the most people?
I think in terms of investment, what would be critical is to have equitable investment to see how population distribution impacts needs across board, and to invest according to this. Because there's been situations where investments are made without proper data, and you find out that cities perhaps have more houses than they need, and maybe more other common infrastructure than is needed. Perhaps it would be more useful elsewhere where the population concentration is commensurate. So I think this is why it's important that this report is out to inform government on specifically what to look at in cities to know where the population distribution is at, to use population distribution to plan their climate policy and to make requisite investments in this climate. There could be smaller concentration of population in some areas, but also you would want to pay attention to the consumption patterns as well. Because you could have a larger population in specific areas with very low carbon footprint, but then you have a smaller population in a small. It's on health again. In many countries, clinics are shutting down in cities due to excessive heat waves, and this has significant impact across different population. For pregnant women, it has significant impact around stillbirths and also sometimes preterm birth, and we need to pay serious attention to this. How do we design cities to ensure that they are comfortable and conducive for pregnant women? How do we design maternities to make sure that the temperature is optimum enough to allow for adequate quality of care in a climate-intensive context? I think this is absolutely important to ensure that our health systems are very resilient. In terms of water infrastructure, again, I see the indices of countries. There's a lot of emphasis on water security, wastewater management, many technological means to ensure that water from the cities are processed in such a way that they are useful again to the population. Investments in this area will be critical because once water is contaminated in concentrated cities, the implications of that is very widespread. And I think we need to pay increasingly more attention to this. Coming to a head, I would say that we need to emphasize the interconnection of the various pieces of the SDG that are so interlinked in how we need to work closely with them to address key needs in multiple folds. So for example, we have clean water and sanitation as SDG 6. We have energy connections. You need a city to have a good grid to be able to provide water and sanitation. Similarly, on urbanization, you need all of this to connect to support a smart city that is climate resilient to address the needs of the population. So we need to have a level of equity in how we invest in the cities, but also in how we sustainably use resources, natural resources that sustain life. As mentioned earlier, as more people are moving from rural to urban areas, land resources are not well utilized in some places. We need to invest in how to sustainably utilize these resources, that they are not only fulfilling the needs for today, but they also will be there for generations unborn to continue to fulfill their needs. We need to pay serious attention in urban areas to our consumption patterns, as that would shape how the future generations are able to either benefit or suffer from the consequences of our actions today.
Yes, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of youth activists here in Belém bringing their biggest concerns to the forefront, and we appreciate that. Richard, let me ask you, what are the most important near-term investments that you would like to see? Is it water, energy, something else?
I think that is very, very important to have collect to population data directly. We have not a regular politic to collect data for urbanization and sustainable development. So for us, it's very, very important to have collect data about the relationship between the urbanization and sustainable development directly and regular. A regular collect data of population in this area. Because for us, the importance of the collect of data is directly for the public police, but is important for the more effective social participation in the integrate of the public police.
Yes, absolutely. And can I stick with you, Richard? Is there an example of or something that the rest of the world can learn from Brazil's experience with climate change?
I think there is a good experience in Brazil about the social participation in the climate change, about the people living in favelas here in Brazil. The possibility to the marginalized groups, indigenous people and quilombolas peoples, to work together in the government of Brazil and local governments to help to understand better the climate change in your cities, in your rural assentments. So the experience, the Brazilian experience of social participation among marginalized groups in the political public about the sustainable development is a good experience.
Okay, excellent. So both of you, we just have a few more days left of this COP. Time is running out. I want to ask each of you, what is your final call to action for the rest of the delegates here at COP30 when it comes to cities and climate change?
It would be to deliver outcomes that help our cities to be resilient and to advance gender equality. We have the negotiations going on with the Gender Action Plan. We have, I don't know, a bit of I don't know how to describe the state of the negotiation at the moment, but we want to advance the negotiations to have a really positive outcome, to advance gender equality, to ensure that cities are resilient, they are future-proof, and that they are run based on population data as has been mentioned, especially plugging in what is already existing, avoiding duplication, and consolidating on the gains that are already made. I think for us, leveraging demographic intelligence to support climate action is absolutely critical.
Excellent. And Charles?
I think that is important to mark the importance of the action plan of gender in this agenda, and the importance to make more discussion about the racial equality in the agenda of urbanization, and more participation about youth. For me, it's the 3 points we have making more efforts about the agenda of urbanization.
Excellent. So I would like to thank you both, Chiogose and Richarls, for participating in our conversation here. For those of you in this audience and at home, you can find this new World Urbanization Prospects Report by going to population.un.org, and you'll find all the information there and the new data. As we were discussing, data is important. So thank you again. Let's have a round of applause for our guests. Thanks.